Chapter 401, Anxiety. Chi-Chi had reminded him about the precious 1,000-grain gold in his backyard. The more precious something was, the more fragile it was. Plants like that require constant care. Thinking back at the little seedlings and the number of days he had been cooped up in his house, Shashwan heaved a sigh. There was no hope. When Chi-Chi saw his response, she suspected that the elder had probably forgotten about the 1,000-grain gold and did not even do anything about it. If he were someone else, she would have probably hit and scolded them. However, this was the tribe's elder, the position below the shamaness and the chief and the owner of the 1,000-grain gold. Of course she dared not scold him. No matter how angry she was, all Chi-Chi could do was take a deep breath and suppress all her feelings. Then again, the crops she planted had failed, so she was in no position to chide him either. It was a pity. This little elder was too young to sense the importance of the 1,000-grain gold. Chi-Chi lamented to herself. Let's go check it out. Shashwan tidied up the pieces of leaves he had been using to take notes, then went to the backyard. In the past, when Duo King heard Shashwan was planting something precious, he had brought people over to build a fence with cloth wrapped around the plot of land. This was to prevent naughty children from kicking rocks inside. That was why every person who passed by could not see the inside. The more curious people did not dare look into his house either. The position of the elder was an intimidating one. He had not had much hope, but when he opened the back door and looked into the yard, he saw many fresh green seedlings swaying in the breeze. The last time he checked, only half of them germinated. Right now, there were more than 80 of them. 30 more had germinated since the last time he checked. They were not tall, only a little taller than his ankle. Although they grew very slowly and did not look too sprightly, at least they were alive. What? Chi-Chi was so shocked she did not know what to do. Hurrying forward, Chi-Chi looked at the ground. No one had watered them nor given them fertilizer. The ground was even cracked in some parts. Elder, how did you plant them? She asked. Same as what you all did. You watched me too. After they germinated, I watered them a little, but I haven't used any of the fertilizer. Shashwan pointed at a tank of fertilizer, embarrassed. It contained all the fertilizer Chi-Chi had given him. Chi-Chi had told him to put the fertilizer when the seedlings had grown to a certain size, but in the midst of all his work, he had forgotten. With the cloud patterns taking up so much of his attention, he had long forgotten about them. Chi-Chi did not think he was lying either. She had wanted to talk to Shashwan about the plans a few times, but every time she arrived, she saw the door close tightly. That was why she never disturbed him. This time, she had to knock because it was an emergency. After looking at the seedlings, she said with guilt, "Elder, we have let you down." "Why? Did something happen to yours?" asked Shashwan. Her face reddened, not knowing what to say. It wasn't just something. They were all starting to wilt when they were growing fine some time ago. Chi-Chi brought Shashwan to all the plots of land from the top to the bottom of the hill. It was the same throughout. They were all growing well initially and everyone was so happy. But slowly, they all wilted. Chi-Chi told him about the situation. Shashwan did not know why. Chi-Chi and the rest had taken such good care of them. They were so healthy when they germinated. Why did they wilt? Were they overwatering it? Chi-Chi and the rest had prepared fertilizers for it and watched the plants every day. There were so many people too. When they heard Shashwan say that he found it at a place with drier soil, they decreased the watering frequency and only watered according to need. Was it not adapting to the environment here? They were all germinating and growing leaves in the beginning, only wilting later. One by one, they died. Chi-Chi and the rest were heartbroken. A few of the older farmers hadn't slept in days, brainstorming ideas and carrying out rescue plans. However, the situation did not improve, and out of the 10 plots, only about 20 were left. While they were a lot taller than Shashwan's seedlings, they looked weathered and unhealthy. Shashwan could not explain it. Then, "Elder, what do we do now?" Chi-Chi asked carefully. She was worried Shashwan would get upset. They had even promised him to do their best and now, they had disappointed him. Shashwan was not willing to stop his work on the cloud patterns either. He had finally gotten some ideas and now he didn't feel like putting them down. Compared to the 1,000-grain gold, he cared more about the cloud patterns. The more he understood, the more he felt like they contained a huge secret left behind by the Xia people. After much thought, he said, "What about this? Please help me care for the seedlings in my backyard too." Huh? Chi-Chi looked up in shock. Not only did he not scold her, he even gave them more seedlings to care for. How could she agree to this? However, she was still very curious about why his seedlings were doing well. She wondered if they were only living because they hadn't reached the same height as the ones they planted or due to other reasons. But what if they... Chi-Chi tugged at the muddy clothes she was wearing with conflicted emotions. "Don't worry, if they all die, I still won't blame you all. They're supposed to be difficult to grow anyway. If we can't plant them, I'll just cook the rest of the grains and we'll eat them." "It's fine," said Szechuan. Chi-Chi's face tightened. Such precious grains, and he wants to eat them? After his decision, under her suggestion, he put a small door on the fence. She said they would probably check on the seedlings up to a few times a day. To avoid disturbing him, they would use that door. She promised they would settle everything and Szechuan would not need to care about anything. On that day, Szechuan placed a door for their convenience on the fence. No one else would dare enter. He didn't even need to tie it. When he closed the door, his eyes swept across the backyard. He felt like something was missing. When he walked into his house, he suddenly stopped. Szechuan looked down at his feet. There was a weed at his back door. He had only noticed it when his foot brushed over it. Weed. When he turned to look around the yard, he thought about the day the seeds germinated. That day, there were all kinds of wild weeds growing. Due to the cloud pattern, he had procrastinated de-weeding the place. Then, he'd left it till today. It had been 20 days. He hadn't even left the house for a hunt. It had been 20 warm days. The weeds that grew all year round should have been very happy in his yard. However, all he saw were several small blades on the ground, just protruding from the soil. Especially the places with 1,000-grain gold. The weeds in that area had disappeared. He found an empty leaf and wrote this discovery down for further observation. When he stepped into the house, he continued with his research on the cloud patterns. Right now, he had already solved the general meaning of one cloud. Although he had only solved 2, and there was a stack of patterns left, it was still progressing. Soon, Szechuan would be able to solve the cloud patterns on the Ding Cauldron. Other than going out to hunt, he spent the rest of the time studying the clouds. As for the seedlings, he only checked every once in a while when he rested. When he returned from a hunt, he talked to Chi-Chi about them. On the 10 plots of land, there were only 2 surviving plants. Those were the ones that were slowest to grow. It looked as if they weren't going to make it. As for the 80 seedlings in his backyard, under Chi-Chi's care, they grew faster. They were all almost the same height as the previous seedlings now. This was where the other seedlings stopped growing. As they watched the seedlings, Chi-Chi and the rest were worried. Chi-Chi even sent people over to talk to the Tay people just to care for his plants. They had to be humble and learn something useful from Tay too. If they could keep these alive, at least they had done something for Szechuan. Unfortunately, the Tay people weren't doing well either. While their seedlings survived a little longer, once they reached a certain height, they wilted too. The Tay people were just about to send people over to Flaming Horn. They had loosened the soil, applied fertilizer. Everything was done, plus the seedlings were so healthy. How could they die so suddenly? It was a precious princess after all. Such a high-maintenance plant. It was very fussy indeed. The Tay tribe's plants grew very quickly under their care, but they all still died in the end. That was why when they heard about Szechuan's plants, they paid daily visits to his yard to check. They watched as the seedlings in his backyard grew faster under the care of both the Flaming Horn and Tay farmers. It was going to meet the roadblock soon. Chi-Chi and the rest were growing increasingly worried, always anxious and couldn't sleep at night. On the other side, Szechuan had been studying the cloud patterns, so he did not sense their anxiety at all. Chapter 402, Picky Eater. Szechuan wrote down all the cloud patterns he could decipher on an animal skin scroll, then drew the unsolvable ones on another. After tidying up, he slept for 2 days. After his rest, Szechuan's fog in his mind had cleared and he was much more energetic. When he heard voices in his yard, He thought of his plants and went to check. There were 5 people including Taekwon-bae there. They were almost living here now, coming up the hill with Chi-Chi and the rest every day to care for the plants. Most discussions were not held in the yard so they would not disturb Shashwan. When Shashwan opened his door, he realized there were 10 old men and old ladies squatting in his yard. Then there were more people standing outside, craning their necks. Then, he looked at the seedlings. They were as tall as his knees now, green and healthy. When they saw Shashwan, they all quickly stood up. "How are things?" asked Shashwan. Chi-Chi replied, filled with confusion, "Only 62 left." There had been incidences of seedlings dying here too. In the beginning, Chi-Chi, Kwon-bae and the rest were about to give up. However, they realized not all were wilting, many were still healthy. Someone recommended pulling out the wilting plants because they might be diseased. Leaving them here would infect other plants. At Tae tribe, they couldn't bear to pull them out, but when more and more plants wilted, it was already too late. After some thought, Chi-Chi did not pull them out immediately. They had tried this on their other plots of land too, but to no avail. That was why she left them there. At least the 62 seedlings were still fine. More time passed and they did not show any signs of disease. Chi-Chi's worry slowly turned to delight. Shashwan looked at the dead seedlings, indifferent. 62 was already more than expected. He was still planning to cook the rest of the grains. Looks like that would have to wait. The people from Tae were deeply concerned with what Shashwan would say, afraid he might chase them away. They had tried their best to be civil here. Although Duo Kang had teased them a lot, they never fought. When they saw that Shashwan did not chase them out, Kwon-bae started to relax. At the same time, he wondered why these seedlings could pass the roadblock. Were the seedlings different? Then Kwon-bae shook away that thought. Chi-Chi's seedlings died too. Shashwan did not have to give his own people faulty grains too. Then why? Shashwan didn't know either, but he did not think much into it. He walked into his house and had an idea. He opened the pantry where he stored food. It was near the back door and the kitchen was next to it. Shashwan only had to take the food from the pantry and then cook it next door. He remembered that he hadn't used his wok in the past few days because he was busy. He didn't make any soup or boil anything. He had been eating dried meat for convenience as he worked. Then, he remembered how he also had a fresh beast thigh he had saved other than preserved meat. He was planning to roast it. They had a bountiful hunt that day, so he had to put it on the ground first. When he was about to start roasting the meat, he had an idea, then left the meat there to go study his cloud patterns again. Then he never entered the pantry again. Logically, an animal thigh that had not been preserved should be rotten by now. However, Shashwan did not smell anything. When he opened the pantry door, he looked inside. Sunlight streamed into the room. He could see everything. Shashwan looked on the ground. It was a pile of what looked like animal skin and protruding parts that looked like bone. The entire thing had sunken in and stuck to the ground. Other than that, there was something on the ground. Shashwan went closer to see something that looked like a root system on the thigh. They were very fine, off-white, and looked like they could break off any moment now. However, something so fragile could come from beneath the ground, break through the animal hide, then on the other side, break out again to extend back into the soil. It was a fierce beast's skin. An average stone knife would not be able to break it. However, it looked like the animal hide was now sewn to the ground. Shashwan tugged and it would not budge. It was strong. However, Shashwan did not plan to force it up. He used his short black knife to cut the animal skin. There didn't seem to be any flesh underneath, just bone. The thigh had been more than a meter long, yet now it was only skin and bone. Where did the white roots come from? Shashwan got up to look outside. There were only 1,000-grain gold seedlings outside in his backyard next to the pantry. Even weeds did not grow there. Right now, with Chi-Chi and the rest here, they had already pulled out all the weeds, but what about before? There hadn't been many weeds here either. Shashwan gently touched the white roots with his foot, then left the house to study it. He wanted to see if there were any more of these roots. Using his extraordinary vision, he could look underground. These roots were from the region where the seedlings were planted, but most of the roots were also deep underground, so he couldn't see them clearly. Another 10 days had passed. Something happened. Chi-Chi, Quan Bei and the rest were frantic. There were a few that looked like they were going to wilt soon. They were worried, wondering if it was a second roadblock. Quan Bei even went back to Tay to bring back some special fertilizers. They used processed animal waste, processed plant waste, and these successfully slowed down the wilting. While the number of wilting plants did not increase, those that looked sick seemed to worsen. Even Quan Bei could not save them. 62 plants, 7 died in an instant. Chi, Quan Bei and the rest were crestfallen, lamenting that it was such a pity. However, after a few days, more plants wilted. Everyone panicked. What now? Shashwan went to look for more meat and did not clean his pantry. He merely put the meat on the animal skin where the roots were. On the next day, when he checked, there was a new strand of root growing into the piece of meat. The changes in the meat were very obvious. Every day, it would shrink until only the skin was left. More white strands appeared on top. Other than 3 more wilting seedlings, the 52 seedlings seemed to be fine. Chi and Quan Bei both heaved a sigh of relief, though confused. Shashwan had not explained. Shashwan was looking at the 2 pieces of animal hide in silence. Then, he prodded the roots with his knife. 1,000 grain gold? You're a picky eater. Days passed. More long, needle-like leaves grew on the plants. They grew longer and longer, swaying healthily in the wind. After noticing the white roots, Shashwan would cut off some meat and put it in his pantry for observation. He had confirmed that they were from the plants. It was even possible all 50 plants were sharing the same root system. There was a huge gap between houses on the hill here, and no one would randomly toss out large pieces of meat. This only happened because Shashwan had forgotten about it. As long as Shashwan stopped providing a supply of meat, something would happen in the backyard and the farmers would panic. In the end, Shashwan told Chi about his discovery, bringing her into the pantry to show her the stuff the seedlings ate and the white roots. Perhaps some kind of fertilizer can help, but at the moment, this is the only way, he said as he pointed at the animal skin. Chi was surprised. Just as Shashwan was talking about how it was such a waste of effort and time, she cried in excitement, "This is amazing." The meat supply was not a problem. It wasn't winter and a lot of meat was brought back from every hunt. They could eat less but not the plants. Right now, there were 40 left and Chi did not want to see them die. Meat? More. After Quan Bei knew, he was even more excited than the Flaming Horn farmers, always reminding that if there wasn't enough meat here, Tay could bring some over. Shashwan did not agree to let Quan Bei bring meat over because he had enough. However, Shashwan secretly thought that he wasn't going to plant this ever again. This plant was such a picky eater. Chapter 403, The Secret of the Cloud Patterns. After being fed meat of wild fearsome beasts, the 1,000 grain gold seemed to despise regular wild animal meat. When they brought it regular animal meat, another 2 died. Chi and the rest quickly tossed several pieces of fearsome beast meat on the ground when they saw this. If it wasn't for the fact that Shashwan was the elder, he would probably have been beaten up by both Chi and Quan Bei. They had the opinion that Shashwan did not care about the plant. In truth, he definitely did not place much importance on the plant. After that, he spent more time deciphering on the cloud patterns, so he did not spend much time on the plants. Shashwan had eaten the 1,000 grain gold before and felt the benefits of it. However, he did not think it was anything special. There were at least 3 types of plants from the Tay tribe that could achieve the same effect. Those plants were way easier to plant. It was not worth it to keep supplying the plants with fearsome beast meat. The tribe's main occupation wasn't agriculture anyway, and they brought back plants and fruits of medicinal value from the forest after every hunt. Why spend so much effort on this one? Hunting fearsome beasts requires risking your life, just to feed a few plants? Not many people would be willing to do this. Chi, Quan Bei and the rest had not eaten the grain before. He wondered if they would still be this passionate if they tasted it after so much hard work. One day, Shashwan walked out of the house while rubbing his tired eyes. He walked into the yard to check on the plants he hadn't seen in a long time and suddenly stopped. Perhaps due to competition for resources, even though several kinds of beast meat and fertilizers were used, several still died. There were 34 left now. They were as tall as his shoulders, not sure when they would be ready for harvesting. Shashwan was shocked when he saw the plants. The leaves were wider and longer than he remembered. Every plant was way healthier and fatter than the plant the mice were fighting over. He touched a needle-like leaf. It felt different. Was it due to better environmental conditions? So it's healthier? If that's true, would the grains have a stronger medicinal effect? Shashwan checked on all the 30 plants. Every plant had larger leaves than he remembered. Chi-Chi said they were still growing and would grow much taller. No one knew what would happen then. If the outcome was worth the hard work, they would try planting more. However, if it wasn't worth it, he would just distribute them to be eaten. Who knew how long these grains could last? He didn't ask Jiju. Here, even the most experienced farmers didn't know. Shashwan tapped on a leaf, whispering, "We'll see how well you do." It had been half a year since last year's winter when he started deciphering the cloud patterns. There was progress. At least he could feel the door where Tay ancestors couldn't. This was because he built on their work. Opening this door would be difficult and he was stuck. It was as if he desperately wanted to open this door but it was locked and he didn't know how to open it. He could see the view behind the door. After talking to Duo King and Guang Yi, he knew that the Shamaness and the chief had sent a team to the coast where Shashwan arrived. Shashwan had brought them there once. A team stayed to watch the area and every now and then, the Shamaness and the chief would send another team for exchange. They were there to observe any changes in the coast. Perhaps one day there would be a change. After a stroll, he saw Chi-Chi and Quan Bei in his yard checking on the plants. They came twice a day, and sometimes when the climate changed, they would come more often, sometimes even staying on the hill. The relationship between Tay and the Flaming Horn people improved a lot because of this plant. They even revealed several secret techniques. If they wanted these plants to grow, they had to be honest here. When Shashwan stepped into his backyard, Quan Bei was holding an animal skin scroll, talking to the Flaming Horn people. "A long time ago our ancestors found Green Drought's spring here." Quan Bei spoke with glee and pride. Green Drought's spring was a type of medicine. They grew in a very special environment when they were young. They preferred dry soil. Wet soil would cause the seeds to rot and not germinate. After living in dry soil for a while, due to the rain in the mountains, the places with active springs would trigger the second phase of these plants. They would then grow flowers, bloom and bear fruit. The seedling, flowers and fruits were all green, hence the name. It was a mild medicine used for inner and outer injuries. Both tribes often traded using this plant because the hunters brought some with them during hunts. They said that most of the plants were found from the wild and it took them tens of generations to attain the best method of planting the plant. As for where they found the plants, that was a secret because the Green Drought's spring was one of their main sources of income. They reveal part of the secret because of the 1,000 grain gold but most of it was vague and they never went into detail. Out of curiosity, Shashwan leaned in to read the scroll too. There was a map, or more specifically, a simplified map. Quan Bei had made a simplified copy of the map with vague details before bringing it here. However, when Shashwan looked at the lines, his eyes flashed. It was familiar. After some thought, Shashwan's pupils dilated. "What are these curved lines at the top?" he asked. Quan Bei was explaining with much vigor and did not notice Shashwan behind him. He leapt in fright when he heard him. He dared speak with arrogance in front of others but not Shashwan. 1,000 grain gold belonged to him, and he had helped them too. After he heard Shashwan, he regained his composure with a smile. "These are rivers. The thicker lines are wider rivers, finer lines are smaller streams. This is a river that cuts into your hunting area." Since it was a river in the Flaming Tribe's territory, it was not drawn in detail. This map was drawn 1,000 years ago when the Flaming Horn people were here. They did not draw much detail so they did not draw the branches that led into this river. Shashwan knew of the river because it was the river connected to where they fished the glowing rocks. It should be filled now. Although this river was not on the map, Shashwan did not care about the smaller branches. He was focused on the thickest line and a few of the most important branches. The main river was curved. Only one portion was on the map. One side was the ocean, another was the center of this piece of land. However, The curves were already of great help to Shashwan. One of the questions he had while deciphering the cloud patterns had been solved. Quan Bei thought Shashwan was going to ask about their secret and was thinking about how he was going to avoid them. However, Shashwan only asked about unimportant details and did not ask where his ancestors got the herbs, so Quan Bei heaved a sigh of relief in the end. After getting the information he needed, Shashwan patted his shoulder happily. "Thank you." Then he rushed into his house. Everyone was stunned. Quan Bei asked Chi-Chi, "What's the matter with your tribe's elder?" "Who knows?" Chi-Chi did not know what he was thinking either. She would not ask, plus she wouldn't tell them if she did know. While two tribes communicated, there was some information they could not tell the other party without the chief and shaman's permission. The elder must be mulling over something important too. Shashwan rushed into the house, closed his door and lifted the stack of leaves on his desk. This was the stack of cloud patterns he could not decipher, not even a bit. However, after he saw the lines on Quan Bei's map, he realized they were not words, they were maps. A map of somewhere. Shashwan had been staring at the Ding cauldron for days due to the bottleneck. While he couldn't draw the patterns from memory, he was familiar with the entire thing. Everything he saw outside could be related to the patterns. That was why he could relate the map and the cauldron. He scattered the leaves and then arranged them in order according to the picture on the cauldron. Then, he tried to draw on his sand tray using a branch. He only drew the important lines and left out lines meant to mislead the reader. The cloud patterns on the cauldron were words and a map. Chapter 404. The Secret of the Cloud Patterns. After 2 sleepless days of continuous work, Shashwan drew his final conclusion on an animal skin scroll. Although there were parts of the cauldron's patterns that he hadn't understood yet, he already knew a lot from the stuff he figured out. The cloud patterns surrounding the cauldron was more like a pointer. The cauldrons made by Xia people know, not just cauldrons, other wares too, had cloud patterns like this too. Just as Zheng Luo said, cloud patterns like this were different from the decorative cloud patterns made by other forgers. These patterns had secrets in them right under everyone's noses and yet no one could decipher them. These cloud patterns were complicated yet every successful Xia person was fluent in it. It was like a secret code. Even the Tai people's ancestors could not imitate despite wanting to. Not just that, after deciphering the patterns, Shashwan felt like there were larger secrets in the cloud patterns, perhaps a secret related to the Xia people or something else more important. What were the Xia people the best at? Casting and forging. The legends denote that the most delicate, secret wares were works of the Xia people. The rounding cauldrons that they made were perfect spheres. As for why there was a failed cauldron, Shashwan didn't know. However, from what other people said, the Xia people were powerful. Would the secret be related to casting and forging? According to the message he deciphered from the message, it talked about a place where only true Xia descendants had visited before. Anyone who failed to visit this place was considered a failure of the Xia people. Shashwan did not know how old these patterns were, but it must have been at least 1,000 years. They'd existed before the Flaming Horn tribe came here. Casting and forging. Shashwan was very interested. If he could master this, he didn't need to learn everything, just half of their knowledge would be more than enough. It would be a huge leap for the bronzeware in his tribe. The Flaming Horn people were quite backwards in terms of forging wares. This branch is decent, but the other branch did not even own metal weapons. However, they had the core seed. One day, if they could return, everyone would share the skills. As for the patterns on the 3 legs of the cauldron, they represented 3 characters: Gongjia Mountain. In the end, he realized the patterns all pointed towards Gongjia Mountain. Was this the main settlement of the Xia people? Or maybe this was where their ancestors were before their people scattered? No matter what, Shashwan planned to visit this place according to the map given. If he found the place, Shashwan's efforts would not be wasted. Shashwan went to talk to the shamaness and chief about it. The chief wanted to send someone with him. However, the ones who were qualified to follow him were few enough to count on his fingers. This team must not slow Shashwan down. Any weaker person would only affect Shashwan's speed. They must send someone at least as good as Guang Yi or Duo Kang. In the end, Shashwan decided to go alone. There was no say this how long this trip in search of a place would take. There were still trades where Duo King and Guang Yi had to lead teams to. Plus Chief Ingluo had to be at the village to lead. The place Shashwan was going to was not somewhere they were familiar with, so they couldn't help with navigation either. Since I could come here alone, I will be able to go to other places alone too. Don't worry, said Shashwan to the chief and the shamaness. They were still very worried. They gave him weapons and all types of medicine. Shashwan did not refuse their kindness either, taking the sword and the shamaness medicine. The shamaness taught him about their functions and he memorized them. It doesn't matter if you can't find Gongjia Mountain, your life is more important than knowing how to forget things, reminded the shamaness again. She told him to not risk his life if he was too difficult. Chief Ingluo said the same. Although the cloud patterns could likely describe the Xia people's secret to casting and forging, he cared more about Shashwan. This person was the only person from the other side, plus he was an elder recognized by their ancestors. If something happened to him, would their ancestors still watch over them? Ingluo still wanted to be able to visit the other branch of the tribe while he was still alive. Alright, I understand. Shashwan nodded. What do you understand? The shamaness and the chief chided. They had no choice. They weren't worried about more matured people like Guang Yi, but Shashwan was still a young man. They did not trust a young person's temper and behavior. They had already solved the problem of the 1,000 grain gold, so the plants were left to Chi-Chi and the rest. Shashwan did not have to worry about them. Therefore, on a sunny day, Shashwan set off to look for the Xia people's secret. First, he went to the river where they got the water sunstones. After winter, when snow and ice melted, with added rainfall, the river had risen. There were crocodiles in the river. Every time they went for hunts, they would avoid this place. These crocodiles were very aggressive. It didn't matter if there was a fearsome beast, a wild animal or a human on the bank. They were all prey to the crocodiles. These crocodiles were larger than the ones he saw at Drumming Tribe, also with a longer snout. The top part of the head protruded more than the chin. The Drumming Tribe's crocodiles had 60 to 70 teeth, while these ones had more than 100. The teeth were thick as nails, and they were proficient in hunting. The large, gaping jaws easily caught prey, dragging prey into the river to be torn to pieces. The strong jaws and muscular body made this seemingly heavy animal very agile. The crocodiles in the Drumming Tribe had lived among humans for a long time, so they showed a little more sympathy towards the people of the tribe. However, the ones here just killed everything they saw. This was what Shashwan felt when he saw them. It was sunny out, so many crocodiles came out to sunbathe on the river bank. Some were rolling in the mud. Some fought and snapped at each other. At the tribe, Shashwan knew that these brawny animals were actually cunning. While they had small brains, they were still more intelligent than expected. At the Drumming Tribe, he often saw a kid play with a crocodile using a piece of meat. He remembered how the kid would not throw the meat into the pond but instead patted its snout. This was their agreement: he would pat its snout, it opened its jaws, the kid threw the meat in it, then it closed. The second time, the kid took another piece of meat, but the crocodile had retreated further into the pond. The kid wanted to touch its snout, so he waited nearer to play the game again. The third time, the crocodile retreated more while the kid waded forward. His legs were in the water. When the kid threw the meat, the crocodile immediately snapped at the child after swallowing the piece of meat. It dragged the kid by his clothes, and in a second, he was in the water. When Shashwan saw this, he had panicked, but the people told him the crocodiles were just playing with the child. It was true. The crocodile was just tugging at his clothes but not actually biting the child. The kid was laughing, playing with the crocodiles in the water. All the meat in his basket were strewn in the pond and snapped up by the other crocodiles, and it was all just a game. Even games played by fierce beasts looked like hunting. At that point, Shashwan knew that the crocodiles knew how to plan and bait their targets. On land, perhaps they might be more reserved, but in the water, even the aquatically talented Drumming tribesman would not beat a crocodile. If the child were on the ground, maybe an adult could save him, but in the pool, he would be dragged down in a second. The tribe treated it as a game, but other people, The crocodiles were extremely dangerous monsters. If that child were not from this tribe, the crocodiles would not be biting on their shirt but on their arm, leg or torsos, and the odds of the child returning would be small. Playing with the crocodiles was like a dance with death. People outside the tribe saw them as killing machines. According to the deciphered map, Shashwan walked along this river to the larger one, then followed it. This larger river was just a faint line, almost forgotten on the map as if it were unimportant. From Quan Bay and the rest, Shashwan knew that the river was filled with crocodiles. They had been here for a long time. Before the Tay ancestors arrived in search of herbs, the crocodiles had lived in all the streams in the forest, especially in the main river, the thickest line on the map. Quan Bay said the records left behind by their ancestors had mentioned the crocodiles. They were giant beasts not to be taken lightly, and you should run when you see them. Shashwan did not know to what extent giant meant, but they must be larger than the ones here. Many animals stop growing after a while, like humans. Other animals had no limit on their size and grew throughout their lifetime like trees, or these crocodiles roaming the rivers. Chapter 405, The Secret of the Cloud Patterns. Shashwan took more than 20 days to walk from the small river at the hunting area, to the wider river, to the main river on the map. Plus, he was traveling quickly and did not stop to rest. He never expected this to take so long. That was why the Tay ancestors took 1 year just to head out to look for their herbs. If the plant only bloomed and bore fruit during certain seasons, it would take longer because missing the season would mean waiting for 1 more year. Shashwan did not have to wait, he only had to look for a place. Making a flip up a tree, Shashwan took out the map he drew while standing on a branch, estimating his current location. There was no GPS here, all he could do was match the map to his surroundings. The trees around him were not tall, the ground was moist, there were many swamps and holes in the ground, and vegetation was dense. This was considered a swamp area. Just to find the river quicker, Shashwan had passed through this dangerous swamp instead of taking the safer hills. Although the forests were also dangerous, it was still safer than the swamp. Right now, the trees around him were not dense and the water beneath him glimmered under the sunlight. Shashwan still had to be alert despite reading the map. It must be here. Shashwan looked at the large river not too far away, calculating how much time he would need to reach Gongjia Mountain. He only had limited geographical knowledge, and if nothing went smoothly it would take a long time. As he thought, his eye twitched. Without time to keep his scroll, he leapt away. Just as he moved, the still waters broke to reveal a long snout filled with sharp teeth, snapping at where he was. It was a crocodile, large, longer than 10 meters. As for how long, he had no time to estimate. As the crocodile leapt upwards, the floating grass and leaves on the water's surface flew up in the air. The cloudy water splashed in all directions. Shashwan could smell the mud and grass, plus the smell of death. The cold, emotionless eyes met with Shashwan's midair. Its jaws snapped close, but due to Shashwan's sudden movement, it bit on a branch. Crack! The crisp sound meant that a branch as thick as a human was snapped in half like a biscuit. Shashwan was standing at least 7 meters above the ground, yet it was so easy for the crocodile to reach. With the momentum, it had risen even more. Shashwan could see its large nostrils. The crocodile did not give up. It shook its head and swept at Shashwan once again for a second attempt. From the hook-like teeth in front, it was obvious that it was good at grabbing its prey. As long as a part of Shashwan, like his clothes, was caught, he would be dragged down immediately. Shashwan was faster, leaping out of its reach with the second movement. There was only half a person's distance away from the crocodile. However, this time the crocodile had lost its momentum and could not perform the third attempt. The jaws snapped close and made a sound, its scales shaking as it was frustrated. Then, it sank cruelly into the waters once again, agitating mud and grass in the waters. After entering the water, the crocodile did not come up again, leaving with the water current. Shashwan landed in another tree but did not stop. The 7 to 8 meters tall trees were not safe at all. He had to look for taller trees to rest on. They were safer. The waters underneath were deeper than he thought too, or the crocodile wouldn't have been able to completely immerse itself in it. When Shashwan leapt around to look for taller trees, he met another crocodile leaping up at him again. Just as he dodged, he took out the bronze sword Xingluo gave him and twisted himself. Waving the sword, he slashed down at its snout. Clang! The sword sent vibrations up his arm, showing that the crocodile's outer layer of skin was very hard. However, it was still injured and the tip of the blade had knocked up one's tooth. If Szechuan slashed harder, part of its jaw might have been gone. Moving in the swamp felt like moving between the gaps of a crocodile's row of teeth. It was very dangerous. This was why the Tay tribe's ancestors had placed emphasis on this area for everyone to be more careful here. The swamp was huge. After finding taller trees, he looked for dry land. Not the entire riverbank was a swamp. There might be dry land but he wasn't sure. The maps did not show it. Szechuan had to rely on himself now. After keeping the map, Szechuan continued leaping from tree to tree. He could not leave with his back towards the river either. While it seemed like the quickest way to leave the swamplands, he would be further from the main river. And this river was curvy and not a straight line. After moving for half a day, the swamplands shrank. He could see patches of forest and greener forests, then hills. The swamplands end here, he thought. There were much fewer crocodiles here. He kept seeing many crocodiles when he passed the river, and there were also crocodiles in the swamp. Here, he barely saw one. Just like fearsome beasts in the hills, a large crocodile required a large territory to hunt enough food. Here were large pieces of land, yet no crocodiles. He wasn't out of the danger zone designated by the Tay ancestors yet. There should be crocodiles here. This was unusual. There must be a reason. Szechuan grew more alert. As he sprinted towards the forest, he saw something on the surface of the river in his peripheral vision. After leaping up a tall tree, he looked at the river. There was a bunch of seagrass on the river but based on its structure, Szechuan did not think it looked normal. The grass floated with the water currents. Bang! The bunch of grass shook and floated more vigorously. There was a splash. At the same time, the sound was very odd. There were several sounds mixed together and sounded like metal. What was that? Szechuan looked at the bunch of grass. There was something inside. Crocodile? There was a crocodile in the midst of the grass. No, the patch of grass looked rectangular. Was that wood? After all the shaking, the grass looked more dispersed. Both ends of the patch revealed a tree trunk. It wasn't just grass. It was a cage. It's a trap. Szechuan was shocked. If there was a trap, it meant there was human activity here. They made traps especially to catch animals in the river too. Some fishermen used nets, some fished, some made traps. There were very few who used traps and this was the first time Szechuan saw a trap made for crocodiles. Bang bang! The trapped crocodile struggled again. The seagrass on top was shaken off. Szechuan could see the trap clearly now. It was a metal trap. Flaming Horn and Tay people would not use an expensive material like metal to make a trap. Although bronze was common, they were still conservative about it. How large were the crocodiles here? This trap would have to be at least 15 meters long. How much metal would they need? Theoretically, the places further from the Great Six should have lesser metalwares. He also met other tribes on the way here but they were using bone weapons and rarely used metal. He was shocked to see such a large metal cage. He wondered if he was close to Gongjia Mountain. Other people rarely used metal but the Xia people were different. Plus, the ones who could make a trap for a crocodile would be no ordinary tribesmen. Szechuan was in no hurry to leave now. He found a suitable tree to hide in and waited. Now that there was prey, the person who set the trap would be there soon. If they let the animal struggle more, the trap would be damaged. Just as he expected, soon, he heard people approaching quickly. While they were not loud, that person sounded like he was experienced and confident for he did not hesitate. The sound approached quickly. Szechuan looked over to the river bank and was stunned for a moment. While he could not see much, a person's hand appeared. He'd thought it was a small crocodile but it was not. Even the people of the drumming tribe did not look as similar to a crocodile as this person when they activated totemic evolution. After activating their totemic evolution through their totemic powers, the people of the drumming tribe would evolve in terms of their facial features and bone structure. This person was just clad in crocodile skin though. Now that Szechuan could see him, this person resembled a regular human. Chapter 406, The secret of the cloud patterns. Gong Jiaheng. That person quickly came to the bank, then did something in a patch of tall grass. Then Shashwan heard clicking sounds like kata, kata, kata. Shashwan watched as that person tugged at some thick vines. With the clicking sound, the floating cage was now quickly pulled to the river bank. As the trap approached the river bank, the crocodile in the cage struggled more furiously. However, it seemed like this crocodile was much weaker than the ones he saw previously. Those crocodiles would not be trapped for such a long time. When the trap was pulled up the bank, Shashwan could see the entire object. It was a metal rectangular cage. On both sides were thick tree trunks tied to it so it would float in the river. There was a lot of seagrass on the trunk and the cage as camouflage. It was not clear if the camouflage was to trick humans or crocodiles. Some people were dumb enough to accidentally get caught in traps themselves. Perhaps it was because the crocodiles were not stupid. They might be very familiar with traps here, so more disguises were needed. Shashwan saw the person tug off all the grass tied to the cage, then took a bundle of vines from a patch of grass. He tied the vines to a metal bar in the form of a loop at the end. Then, the person opened the cage where the crocodile's head was. There were 3 doors on the cage. He only opened the part nearest to the head. Then, he reached inside with the bar and the loop, pulling the loop through the crocodile's jaws. The crocodile opened its jaw wide, revealing more than 100 teeth. It was protesting and couldn't wait to bite this human to death. The loop was a suitable size, plus the vine was strong and flexible enough for the job. The person looped it on its mouth cleanly. Anyone less experienced might accidentally catch the loop on its teeth, but this person did it in one go. He opened the other 2 doors on the top of the trap. At the same time, the person released something on its 4 corners. The cage opened into a flat surface instead of a box. Right now, the crocodile had lost its ability to bite. It did not have much energy to struggle anyway, so it pulled its last trick, the death roll. However, the rolling only made it worse. The vines became tighter with every roll. Without the cage, as it rolled more, the vines grew tighter. To be safe, the person tied its jaws together with more vine. Then, the person tied some large leaves on its eyes too. The crocodile struggled much less once its eyes were covered. Many animals become less anxious in the dark. It was the same for this crocodile. This person was very familiar with crocodiles. The crocodile's back limbs were tied up too. Crocodiles crawled on land. Most of their strength was in their hind limbs. The one Shashwan previously met relied on their hind limbs to leap up at him. They had strong muscles throughout their body, but they had even stronger hind limbs. That was why tying up its hind limbs greatly limited its movement. The crocodile no longer moved after this. The person looked at it for a moment, then took out more vine to tie its jaws again. Most of its teeth were covered now. Shashwan knew that these teeth could easily hurt people even if they were just thrashing their head about. That person was sweating now. After taking off his hat that resembled a crocodile's head, a tanned, stubbly face appeared. He kept the flattened cage in a spot, then tugged at the vines tying the crocodile. Suddenly, he turned around towards Shashwan. "You've watched for a while now. It should be time for you to come out, no?" said the man. There was no anger. The tone was flat, maybe indifferent. Shashwan didn't realize he would be found. He leapt off the tree and walked over. His sword was hanging where the other person could see. Hiding a weapon would just threaten the other person. This person looked friendly enough. Shashwan did not want to offend him the first time they met. This person's eyes swept across his body, lingering on the sword. He did not try to hide the contempt he had for it. "Which tribe are you from?" he asked. "Flaming Horn Tribe." Shashwan did not hide his own identity because he had his guesses about who this person was. He had many questions, plus this person did not look gullible. "Flaming Horn?" The man thought for a moment. "I think I've heard of it. It's not nearby, is it?" "Yeah, it's far from here." "Your tribe's far away. Why did you come to such a dangerous place on your own? Are you training?" "No." "Looking for herbs?" "No." "Please don't tell me you're here to look for Gongjia Mountain too?" Shashwan stared in surprise. He knew. "Really? And you came alone, to look for Gongjia Mountain?" That person looked at Shashwan as if he was biting off more than he could chew. There was just one message in his eyes. "You must have a death wish." Are there many people looking for Gongjia Mountain too? Shashwan asked curiously. Not many, but there are people. But they all died eventually, the man said in a flat tone. There was no mockery or glee, just indifference. And I'm Gongjia Heng. He did not have to say much. A name was enough to reveal important information. When he told Shashwan his name, his tone was filled with pride. The Xia people never hid their surnames, always proud of their name, Gongjia. So he was a Xia. Shashwan wanted to ask more, but the man added, I'm a Xia and I haven't found Gongjia Mountain myself. What makes you outsiders think you can find it? All you find will be death. It was no wonder Gongjia Heng was indifferent towards outsiders too. He did not mock them because even he could not find it himself. Many people came here looking for Gongjia Mountain, not many but not too few. I've been here for 20 years and met 17 of you. 10 were Xia people, 7 from other tribes. 9 died, 5 returned because they were injured. Another 3 continued looking. I don't know where they died. Maybe they found Gongjia Mountain, said Shashwan. Impossible. I can't even find it. How could they? Said Gongjia Heng confidently. This meant Shashwan was not the only one who deciphered the cloud patterns. There were not many of them though. However, finding the mountain was going to be more difficult than expected. If even the Xia people couldn't find it, then it was an even smaller chance for an outsider to find it. These Xia people must be more familiar with the patterns and had more records with them. Since everyone couldn't find it, Gongjia Heng did not care if Shashwan came looking for it too. He gestured over at Shashwan. Come help, I'll share some of its meat with you later. Usually, once he caught a crocodile, he would not kill it here. He still had stock, so he did not plan to kill it today. He would kill it a few days later when he finished eating his current stock, so the meat will be fresh. That was why he merely had to drag it back. The Xia people were good at casting and forging, so they were strong. A forger had to have strong arms. That was why they were considered physically strong compared to many people. In the past, Gongjia Heng would drag the crocodile back on his own, sometimes with transport devices with wheels attached. However, there was a lack of equipment now, so he could only drag it himself. It was too time-consuming to do it on his own, so he asked for Shashwan's help. Here, you drag the tail, I'll pull the rope. Before he finished, Shashwan lifted its tail and dragged the 10-meter-long crocodile, already walking ahead. It looked so effortless. Gongjia Heng did not finish his sentence. Your strength is not bad at all. Gongjia pulled on the rope too, but realized he wasn't helping, so he let go, merely watching the crocodile. He watched for the crocodile in case it suddenly attacked. He was holding a huge bronze hammer in his hand, so if it moved, he would just knock it out. Is this crocodile drugged? Asked Shashwan. Crocodile? Are you talking about this? Of course it's drugged, or it wouldn't be this quiet, said Gongjia Heng. The bait in his trap had a sort of medicine that made the crocodile weak. It was very powerful too, enough to last at least half a day. After bringing it back, he would still feed it the medicine for a few days. Right, said Shashwan. How did you know I was there? He was confident in his own skills and sure he had made no sound. I felt someone watching me. Shashwan recalled the scene and realized he must have been staring very hard when he watched too intently. Gongjia Heng could live in this place, unscathed, for 20 years. This meant his senses must be very sharp. Chapter 407. Armor. Gongjia Heng lived on a hill not far from the river. The hill was visible from the riverbank since there were not many hills around. Shashwan probed and asked a few questions along the way. Gongjia Heng answered his questions unless they were about Xia secrets. Gongjia Heng didn't mind the questions and especially loved talking about wares he had cast and forged before, like large ceremonial cauldrons, spears, swords. He spoke with confidence and pride. To the Xia people, they called themselves the second best in casting and forging. No one in this world dared call themselves the best, and if anyone could be called the best, it would be one of the Xia people. Just as Gongjia Heng was praising himself, he was still alert for his surroundings. Although his expressions and speech looked like he was relaxed, he was still able to react immediately when there was a slight movement near them. A gigantic worm with many legs shot out of the grass, taller than the both of them even though it wasn't standing. On its head were two antennae and two pincers gnashing at Szechuan and Gong Jiaheng. There was a huge, half-rotten tree laying horizontally before it, but it would not be able to stop this worm. Before Szechuan moved, Gong Jiaheng, who was still showing off some wares he had once made with a grin, suddenly leapt up. He brought down his arms like the wind. A powerful surge of power traveled from his arms into the bronze hammer and crashed down onto the worm's head. There was a gust of wind from the impact. The worm, still waving its pincers, suddenly had a dent about half a meter deep in its head. The exoskeleton wrapping its head was now cracked and an olive-green liquid sprayed out. Such a powerful strike was still not a fatal blow to the giant worm. It merely got more agitated and thrashed about, but the hammer flashed by and like the wind, it was smashed down again. It sounded like the skies would shake. Thud, thud, thud. The cracked outer shell, under a rain of hits from the hammer, finally burst open with green liquid. In just a few blinks, the terrifyingly aggressive worm was suddenly motionless. Its head was just crumbs and pulp now. When the hammer left its head, it was now dancing and swaying between Gong Jiaheng's hands. A bronze hammer of 500 kilograms looked so light in his hands as if it was nothing. Some people looked terrifying with their muscles but in reality lacked actual strength. However, Gong Jiaheng, as a Zaya person, had muscles filled with true power as his skin was etched with totemic cloud patterns. He was a blacksmith. Gong Jiaheng shook off crumbs from the worm's exoskeleton and the green liquid off his hammer, then turned to walk with Szechuan. Where was I? Oh, right. A slave master with the surname Zhao requested for me to make him a sword. With a grin on his face again, Gong Engjia picked up where he left off as if bashing a worm into pulp was just an ordinary day. Szechuan carried the 10-meter-long crocodile easily to where he lived. There was a cave at the foot of the hill where he stored goods like food, random tools, stoneware, boneware, metalwares etc. However, Gong Jiaheng did not live inside. He built a stone house outside a cave for himself. There was not much room to sleep inside though. About 2/3 of the house was used for foraging. Along the way, Szechuan noticed Gong Jiaheng had set many traps around this area to protect himself from fearsome beasts within the forest. Even if they couldn't protect him, they served as alarms. I live here, Gong Jiaheng said, pointing at the cave and the stone house. Szechuan put down the crocodile and looked around as Gong Jiaheng gave him a tour. Gong Jiaheng was very passionate about it, probably because he rarely had visitors over. After looking at the food he had, he felt somewhat embarrassed to serve his guest with it. They were alright as food for himself, but as a person who loved his face, after praising himself so much along the way, serving Szechuan such food seemed very underwhelming. The entire place was also very simple, so he could only impress Szechuan with food. That was why he planned to slaughter the crocodile today and cook it. As Gong Jiaheng slaughtered the crocodile, Szechuan looked around at the things he had in the cave. Gong Jiaheng did not try to hide them either. However, the things in his stone house were still kept private. It was where he did his foraging. He could not show his equipment to outsiders. Szechuan did not mind. The cave was a little dark and deeper than he expected. Szechuan lighted a torch as he ventured deeper. He looked around. There were all kinds of tools, plants and fruits here. From the way these objects were strewn around, Gong Jiaheng had been living here for a long time. He had mentioned he'd been living here for about 20 years. After taking a look around, Szechuan walked out of the cave. I was just 20 years old when I deciphered the Zaya patterns. I came here to look for Gongjia Mountain, said Gong Jiaheng as he cleaned the crocodile. The Zaya patterns he meant were the special cloud patterns Szechuan had seen on the cauldron. It's a pity I still can't find the place after 20 years. I decided to live here and every year one leave to look for it again. When I can't find it, I'd come back here. Gong Jiaheng told him about the sufferings he had gone through all these years. At the same time, He wanted to give this young man some advice to not bite off more than he could chew. It would be too late for regrets. He had been searching for 20 years. It was no wonder he did not mock the people who came looking for the mountain too, because he was the same. The only fortunate thing was that he was still alive and he hadn't given up. It took me a while to get used to this. The tools I used to use were mostly gold and I used to eat better food. However, after coming here, all I could do was do my best to adapt. Gong Jiaheng had learned a lot of forest survival skills from the tribes after living here for many years. He used vines to replace ropes and metal locks, learning how to distinguish between different vines suitable for different purposes, making rope out of them. He had worn down most of the golden tools he brought when he came here, so when he lacked materials, he helped the tribes in the forest forge tools in exchange for materials. Either that or he would get them to trade with the people from far away. Gong Jiaheng was different from the tribesmen. He had lived in a city ruled by slave masters for 20 years. As a Xia person with natural talents in forging, he lived well there. He had many people idolizing him, especially the slave masters who had a weapon they wanted. They would heavily reward him for them. However, living here was different. The strategy he had to survive was to be nice to the tribesmen because he needed to work with them in exchange for help. As a Xia person with such impressive forging skills, other than other extremely secluded tribes, most tribesmen he met were still polite to him. That was why Gong Jiaheng was quite calm when he met Shashuan. As long as this person did not have ill intentions, Gong Jiaheng was polite. That cage, is that meant for crocodiles? Asked Shashuan. Yep, there are many fish here. Gong Jiaheng nodded furiously. To survive in such a primitive environment, he had to use materials other than gold. However, he was still a Xia and leaned towards metalwares. That was why he decided to give up on gold and made this cage with metal. Many people mocked him for being stupid and wasteful, but he had no regrets. There's one giant fish in that river. Oh. You call it a crocodile, but it was too big. I've almost been eaten by it the last few times I was near the river. I've lost so many weapons in that river. Gong Jiaheng grew increasingly angry as he spoke, his eyes cruel as he looked up in the direction of the river. So he had an enemy. He had been living here for 20 years. Even if he hadn't previously seen a crocodile in his life, 20 years here was enough for him to know the crocodiles well. The river is deep. They only have their eyes and nostrils above water, Gong Jiaheng explained, so Shashuan would know the crocodiles better. They have powerful tails to propel them at fast speeds underwater. This method creates very little waves on the surface so they can approach their prey quietly. They fight and bite each other often and sometimes lose a leg. However, they are nature's survivors. Most of the powerful ones here have one leg missing. This is a sign that they have fought before. Shashuan, if you see a fish with one leg missing, do not underestimate it or you'll regret it. However, the crocodiles can't move very well on the swamp and shallow waters where you passed if they lack one leg. They need their legs on land and sometimes would step on an underwater rock to support themselves and jump up. Yeah, as for that, I met one like that. Shashuan compared the crocodiles here and the ones from the drumming tribe. The crocodiles here have thicker, stronger hind legs. If the crocodiles from the tribe had teeth like pyramids, the crocodiles here had teeth like metal nails. In many aspects, the crocodiles here were more dangerous. Hee, I didn't know this fish is more than 100 years old. I can make armor out of this. Gong Jiaheng took up a piece of scale and passed it to Shashuan. You can use this to make armor. 100-year-old fish are good for making armor. How did you know it's more than 100 years old? Look at the top. Gong Jiaheng pointed at the scales. Look at the patterns. There were patterns on the scales, like a tree's rings. They showed a crocodile's age. This was different from the crocodiles in the drumming tribe. There were about 100 pieces of bone on the crocodiles here. These bones on their backs had fused into the skin, so it was more like a robust armor on its back. Previously, Shashuan could injure a crocodile's snout with a sword, but if he was aiming for the back, he might not make a dent. Perhaps he could injure a young crocodile, but an old one more than 100 years old would be difficult to hurt. Chapter 408 Annoying. The Xia people had high standards. Anything they regarded as good was naturally good. Shashwan also believed that the bony plates on the backs of 100-year-old crocodiles must make very good armor. The armor you're wearing, is it made of a 100-year-old crocodile? Asked Shashwan. Gong Jiaheng was wearing a several-piece suit made of crocodile. When you looked closer, you could see that they were different from this crocodile. The chest plate and the back had different patterns. Gong Jiaheng had a light in his eyes. This crocodile was over 200 years old. It's different. The hardness of this armor was double of a plate made from a 100-year-old crocodile. This crocodile in front of him was nothing to him. Plus the 200-year-old crocodile was a lot bigger than this one. Gong Jiaheng was delighted to be able to hunt such a large animal. The large one in the river, the one you mentioned. How old is it? Shashwan was referring to Gong Jiaheng's arch-nemesis. That one? I don't know, maybe more than 1,000, maybe longer, no one knows. As he spoke, he heaved a sigh. His enemy was too powerful, he wouldn't be able to kill it. When he realized Gong Jiaheng didn't want to talk about it, he changed the topic, asking about the process of making armor. You don't have to hunt more, just use the armor on this one. Although this one isn't large, it's more than 100 years old. The ones you see in shallow waters, although they are large, they might not be 100 years old. It's not easy to catch one like this, said Gong Jiaheng. Alright, I'll trade with you. Shashwan fished around in his pouch. Sigh. It's just a bony plate, I have so much of it. I'm not trading it, it's a gift for you. He knew Shashwan was young, plus his tribe was far away. He did not look like he had a lot of good weapons on him and wasn't threatening. Gong Jiaheng liked him, so he decided to help out. He had a lot of the bony plates anyway. It was a long journey, so I didn't bring much with me. I'll give this to you. Maybe you'll find it useful. Shashwan showed him a water sunstone. He had 2 stones with him. He could give one to Gong Jiaheng and maybe find something else for the trade. You have so little with you. You don't have to, eh? Gong Jiaheng was about to insist when he paused. He asked curiously, what's this? It glows. Shashwan explained to him the procedures for using the crystal. Since the cave was dark, this crystal would be a lot more convenient. Fire would use up precious oxygen in the cave. Lighting a fire would sometimes be uncomfortable for Gong Jiaheng. Plus it wasn't good to light fires in the middle of the forest sometimes. It really glows? Gong Jiaheng tried using it according to Shashwan's instructions. It glowed. You got anything else? Gong Jiaheng was very interested in peculiar things. Shashwan shook his head. Nothing. The only special things suitable for trade he had were his crystals. Alright, I'll keep this then. Don't take anything else out. Keep some stuff for yourself. They can save your life sometimes. He was already very shocked that Shashwan could show him a glowing crystal. He did not hope for Shashwan to have anything else that was worth looking at. He didn't like Shashwan's bronze sword either. After looking at it, he thought it was of poor quality. Wait for me to pry the bony plates off the crocodile. Then I will teach you how to choose the best plates to make armor. Gong Jiaheng couldn't stop talking now. Armor is very important when you're in a forest. If you meet a beast that's faster than you, and you couldn't run in time, it could bite you. Without armor, you would be dead. But if you have armor, nothing would happen. Ha ha ha. When he saw Shashwan's expressionless face, his smile disappeared. He still thought his joke was funny. Young man, don't be so serious. You should laugh more. Gong Jiaheng also knew he was exaggerating. Perhaps some animals could be stopped by this armor, but any stronger beast would be able to bite through the armor. Armors were not invincible, though they were still safer than having no armor at all. Shashwan understood this. He had been wearing worm skin before he crossed the ocean. Worm skin was very effective and light. Since he was still a middle-rank totemic warrior, wormskin had helped him a lot. Unfortunately, the wormskin was used to wrap the core seed. It was now with Chio to be brought back. Now he needed a replacement. The forest was very dangerous. He could only travel through it unscathed because he had powerful healing abilities. As he boiled the meat soup and roasted some meat, Gong Jiaheng continued talking about the difficult experiences he had while looking for Gongjia Mountain. However, when he finished his story, Shashwan still insisted on looking for it. Gong Jiaheng gave up. Young people can be stubborn sometimes. He rarely had a friend to have a meal with, so Gong Jiaheng was very excited. Talking through the meal, Shashwan learned a lot from him. After a hearty meal, Gong Jiaheng did not stop. Shashwan listened as he made straw rope. Gong Jiaheng did not care. Making straw rope was a basic skill tribesmen had, so he continued talking. When he was done, Shashwan's fingers were still moving. He was preparing it for rope divination. Before this, he had tried using divination to decipher the cloud patterns. However, since he began his journey till now, every divination session was a failure. Shashwan did not continue. Now that he had gotten more useful information from Gong Jiaheng, plus because he trusted that it was the truth, he decided to run some divination, not predictions again. Gong Jiaheng was getting increasingly excited, but when he saw Shashwan fiddling with the rope and closing his eyes, he did not get upset. It must have been a tough journey for this young man to come here alone unscathed. He must be very tired now. Yet boys will be boys. He's tired, and yet he was playing with rope. However, his smile disappeared, replaced with focus and solemn. His relaxed posture was the same, but his eyes were glued to Shashwan's hands. He thought this young man was just fiddling with some rope to kill time, but Gong Jiaheng came from the upper middle class in the city. He had seen a lot. This was why he knew what Shashwan was doing. Divination. Was he from the city? No. The kid said he was from the Flaming Horn tribe. On the way back from the river, when dealing with the worm, he saw Shashwan's totemic patterns on his body too. He was definitely not from the city. Then why did the kid know this? However, as he thought about the tribesmen, there had been stories of them mastering the art of divination. It was not odd that the kid knew it. However, he was so young. Was he good in divination? How much of it had he mastered? Gong Jiaheng's mind raced. This was a kid stubborn enough to come looking for Gongjia Mountain. A kid who was adept in the art of not divination. Maybe this kid could even find the place. No, he couldn't. Other than Xia people, outsiders could never. But, even if he couldn't, he could get them closer to the truth. The fire roared and the firewood crackled. However, Gong Jiaheng was not distracted. He felt a surge of emotion. Under Gong Jiaheng's unblinking stare, knots formed one by one on the straw rope in Shashwan's hands. Although Gong Jiaheng did not know how to interpret the knots, he knew that if it was a failed session, there would be no knots. Did this mean he saw something? Finally, Shashwan opened his eyes. Gong Jiaheng grew anxious. He didn't even realize that he had burnt the meat in his hand to crisp. What did you find? Gong Jiaheng's voice shook from anxiety. Shashwan was not surprised. Gong Jiaheng knew what he was doing. In fact, he had done it in front of Gong Jiaheng on purpose. That direction. Shashwan pointed in a direction on the other side of the large river. I don't know the specifics. I just know to walk in that direction. I think you've been in that direction too. Of course I know that's the right direction, he said hurriedly. But what next? How far should I walk? What should I do when I arrive? Gong Jiaheng knew he was walking in the right direction all along, and yet he still couldn't find Gongjia Mountain. He may look like an easygoing person on the surface, but when he thought about how hard he looked for 20 years, and the uncertainty of the future, he was panicking. Shashwan scratched his nose, itchy from straw flakes. I don't know either. I'll have to do another session when I arrive. It was the truth. Gong Jiaheng had nothing to say. The sky was darkening. Shashwan had to stay the night. However, he didn't sleep in the cave or the stone house. Instead, he slept in a small tree house. This was another resting spot built by Gong Jiaheng. When there was danger, he also hid there. That night, Shashwan fell asleep the moment he lay down on the bed in the tree house. However, in the stone house under the tree, Gong Jiaheng could not sleep. He tossed and turned on his bed. Since he couldn't force himself to sleep, he decided to enter the forging room. When his mind was a mess, he would visit the forging room. Then he would aimlessly hammer on metal pieces. He wasn't making anything. It was just to vent his emotions. He struck. Clang. Should he go looking for the mountain with the kid? He struck again. Clang. But He still had his pride. As a person asking for a tribesman's help, face was very important to him. He struck once again. Clang. He hadn't been able to find it for 20 years. Maybe this kid could help him? Clang, clang, clang. Arg. This is annoying. Annoying. Chapter 409. Together. Gong Jiaheng stayed up all night, hammering the bronze piece. On the next day, he heard Shashwan come down the tree in the morning. When he walked out of the stone house, his eyes were bloodshot. He looked terrifying. What happened to you? Shashwan heard the clanging last night too. However, he wanted to sleep and the sounds were still bearable. A person who frequently hunted in the forest would have to get used to loud beasts, birds and insects even while he rested. If the hunter couldn't stand noise, then he would never be able to sleep. It was rare for the forest to be completely quiet. When Gong Jiaheng heard him, he looked up at Shashwan with his reddened eyes. The muscles on his face twitched. Nothing. Then, he turned to walk towards the cave. There was some water stored in the cave. Gong Jiaheng used a fruit shell as a ladle, scooping up some onto his face to freshen up. The water calmed his chaotic thoughts. I've been thinking, he said in a low voice as he squatted next to the wooden bucket filled with water. His hand was still holding the fruit shell in the bucket, but he had stopped splashing water on himself. Shashwan turned towards him to show that he was listening, and Gong Jiaheng could speak. Gong Jiaheng did not look up, merely sloshing the water around in the bucket with one hand, his eyes on the ground, as if there was something very interesting there. You're looking for Gong Jia Mountain, right? After some thought, I feel like I should go with you. However, when Gong Jiaheng finished, he felt the need to quickly defend himself. You're so young, it's your first time here. You must be very unfamiliar with the terrain here. I've been here for 20 years and have been out 3 many times. I'll be able to guide you. Shashwan was stunned for a moment. Then when he suddenly snapped back to reality, he laughed and clapped. That would be awesome. Don't you laugh at me like that. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. HMMPH. Gong Jiaheng tossed the fruit shell and picked up the bronze hammer he used to fight beasts. Eat first, then you'll have the strength to work. They had to prepare a survival kit if they were going to look for Gong Jia Mountain. First, medicine for wounds and antidotes for poison and venoms. Then, food, tools, etc. They had to be fully prepared. Gong Jiaheng had recently gone for an excursion looking for the mountain. If Shashwan hadn't arrived, he had no plans to make another trip so soon. That was why he did not have many tools prepared. However, with the change of plans, he had to work overtime to prepare all that was needed. Shashwan made armor out of the crocodile's bony plates. He wasn't very used to it in the beginning. Even the crocodile's movement was limited due to the plates. Although Shashwan could adapt and still function in it, it was a lot less comfortable than worm skin. Under the current circumstances, he could not afford to be choosy. This was better than nothing. After putting on armor, Gong Jiaheng brought Shashwan out to pick out some herbs. We have to prepare more medicine for treating wounds. When they returned, Shashwan continued getting used to his armor while making traps for Gong Jiaheng. Preparations required 3 to 5 days, so he did not stop setting up traps. The underwater cage used to catch crocodiles was set up once again. Gong Jiaheng used some beast meat as bait. It had a dash of medicine in it and hung inside the cage. Once the crocodile swam into the cage and bit on the bait, the door would snap shut. Unless someone came to open it or it was smashed open by brute force, it would never open. However, at that point, the crocodile would be weak from the medicine, so it would not be strong enough to smash the door open. Be careful with the medicine, only a little bit is needed. Gong Jiaheng gestured with his thumb and index finger to indicate the size of a green bean. This much, and a human will be knocked out. Of course, people as strong as us will be able to last longer. Any weaker person would collapse. One small bit was enough to knock a grown man out cold, yet the ball of herb he put in the bait was as big as a ping-pong ball, and the crocodiles would still be able to struggle after eating the bait. The effects of this sedative were relative to the type of animal. Some animals would be knocked out cold, while others might die. A person might fall into a coma if he consumed the same dosage as a crocodile. He would not just faint, he might never wake up. At the same time, Gong Jiaheng reminded him that he shouldn't put too much medicine in the bait either. They were going to eat the animal later and would also be affected if the dosage was not right, or they would collapse after eating crocodile meat. Within 3 days, Gong Jiaheng had prepared the tools he needed. He even gave Shashwan an axe. If Shashwan did not have enough weapons, Gong Jiaheng would have to be the one to save him. Giving him an extra weapon would be to both of their conveniences. During these 3 days, no crocodile took the bait in the underwater cage. They didn't know if the crocodiles hadn't noticed the bait or they just hadn't been in the area. "How do we cross the river?" asked Shashwan. Although this main flow of the river was wide, he could still see the other end when he stood on the bank. It was nothing compared to the river that isolated his entire tribe. "Should we make a boat, a raft?" asked Shashwan. "Don't even think about it. We can't be on the surface. While the river looks quiet, remember that we haven't even caught one crocodile in 3 days. This means that big one has been walking around this area. If we use a raft or a boat, we'll have to use it far from here. We'll be swallowed together with our boat if we cross like this. That bastard is very annoying and it will be time-consuming to fight it," said Gong Jiaheng. The underwater cage wasn't just for hunting. It clued him into the environment. If he caught a crocodile, it meant the large guy wasn't here. However, if he couldn't catch even one in 3 days, that meant all the smaller guys had been scared off. They would never stay to fight for food with the big guy. "What now?" Shashwan waited for Heng's idea. Since Heng often went out for trips, he must have had his ways. Heng chuckled, then pulled out a wooden whistle. He blew it consecutively, 3 blows per beat. Beep, beep, beep. The whistle was sharp-pitched, echoing across the forest. Very soon, Shashwan looked up in the sky. A huge, dark brown figure flew over. It was 4 meters long. "Look, that's our ride," said Gong Jia proudly as he looked at the bird in the sky, as if showing off. It was a bird that looked like a stork. Most of it was dark brown with very little gray spots. The bird did not land immediately. It stopped on a tree, eyeing the strange man. Shashwan, cautiously. "Come down." "This is Shashwan. He is crossing the river with me today," said Heng. It didn't seem like the bird understood. It looked at Shashwan, then at Heng. Then it squawked, but it did not come down the tree. Gong Jiaheng dragged out some animal carcass leftovers to lure the bird over. "I called you down and you ignored me, and now you're here the moment you see food, asshole." Heng kicked the bird as it landed to eat. However, he was gentle and did not hurt or scare the bird. Squawk. The bird squawked and then ignored him, pecking on its food quickly. "Bring us over there when you're done. Do you hear me? Or I'll squash you with my hammer." Gong Jiaheng held his hammer threateningly. Unfortunately, the bird did not even look at him. All it saw was food. However, a keen eye would see that it would slightly cock its head at Heng when he spoke. It was indeed listening. When he saw the bird ignoring him, Heng's face darkened. He huffed and then tossed his hammer on the ground. Sitting down, he talked to Shashwan about this bird. "I caught it years ago using a trap. I looped a chain around its neck and planned to kill it that night. However, there was an avalanche that night in the mountains. A lot of rocks rolled down the mountains. The real danger wasn't even the rocks. It was the panicked beasts. It was very chaotic and all my traps were useless then. I was almost knocked out by a fierce animal. I was lucky that day because I saw this bird struggling, so I took out its chain and climbed on its back. In the beginning, it kept trying to shake me off. Once it took off, after I pinched its neck a few times, it calmed down a lot. After some time, when it was calm around land, I forced it to land. I was thinking of using brute force if it did not listen. It was just a forest beneath me, plus I would not die if I have the bird under me. I didn't expect this bird to listen though. After everything was calm again, every time I returned from a hunt, if it was nearby, I would toss some meat for it. Then we got closer to each other. Sometimes, if it was hungry because I couldn't find food, or hurt because it fought other birds, it would come to me for food. Now that I think of it, it's been 10 years. Gong Jiaheng looked nostalgic. "What do you think? Isn't it great?" Although it's not the most obedient bird, it has helped a lot. Without it, It would have been very difficult to cross the river. We would have to risk the crocodiles, or maybe even meet the large guy. Actually, I used to have one too, bigger than yours, and very obedient, reminisced Shashwan. Where is it now? Asked Gong Jiaheng. He thought Shashwan was lying. I haven't seen it in a year, sighed Shashwan. Gong Jiaheng let out a snicker. Yours has probably left with its flock already. No, it's a solitary animal, said Shashwan. Giant mountain eagles lived in solitude unless they had a mate. Usually, they lived alone and would fight if they met each other. What was Chaka up to these days? Chapter 410, Crossing the River. While Shashwan was wondering about the whereabouts of Chaka, the shaman was thinking about the same problem on the other side of the sea at the Flaming Horn tribe. After Shashwan disappeared in the desert, Chaka immediately left after bringing Chuo and the gang back to the tribe. It was heard that Chaka was in the desert and last seen at the Hua tribe. However, it never came back to the fearsome beast forest since then. The shaman had sent out people to look for Chaka, but it came to nothing. At first, the shaman wanted to send his people to talk to the people in the Hua tribe. However, the people in the Hua tribe had visited them before he sent his people out from the fearsome beast forest. They mentioned that Chaka went to their tribe not long ago and took some of the beasts with him when he left the tribe. Those that left with Chaka included the one that fought with Chaka and the 2 eagles that had traveled to the desert with Chaka. The people from the Hua tribe thought they would have gone back to the Flaming Horn tribe, but they were wrong. Chaka was different from the other beasts. It had never been marked before. However, it did listen to Shashwan and it only listened to him. It didn't even listen to Oldg. No one knew where it was and where it took those beasts to. At the same time, a group of 7 eagles was flying up a high mountain. They were flying through the clouds and over the frost. When they were tired, they would grasp on the wall of the mountain using their claws. After taking a short rest, they would shake off the ice on their wings and continue on their journey. The smallest eagle that was falling behind the line had difficulty in following the troop. It was falling further and further behind. In the end, it couldn't fly anymore. It chose to rest on the mountains, letting out a feeble cry. Upon hearing the cry, other eagles who were flying stopped by a mountain as well. All of them screeched to call out to the eagle left behind. However, none of them flew back to help it. One of them had the intention to help, but it was stopped by the biggest eagle in the troop. It was almost beaten up by the eagle. Thus, he could only encourage the eagle instead of giving a helping hand. All of the eagles stopped by the mountains to encourage the one left behind to catch up. Chaka was watching them from the side. It didn't offer any encouragement to that eagle. Shortly after, it curled its claws and snatched a stone that was covered with snow from the side of the mountain. Just when the other eagles thought it would help the smallest eagle, it threw the stone at that eagle. The other eagles were speechless. The stone fell just right on the smallest eagle's head. The smallest eagle was stunned as the snow grains flew into its eyes. Fortunately, it was just a tiny pebble covered in a lot of snow. Thus, it wasn't injured, but it stung. Chaka didn't wait for long before it threw a second stone towards that smallest eagle. The smallest eagle dodged the stone this time. The youngest eagle was angered by Chaka's action. The feathers on his neck were kinds of fried and the ice on his feathers was swishing off. Ah! The youngest eagle screeched. Then, it came after Chaka, fluttering its wings. Chaka threw the third stone before it continued on its journey. The other eagles saw this and quickly followed. After a long journey, the 7 eagles finally reached the mountain top and stepped onto the ice field. All of them were exhausted, without the strength to scream. After a short rest, Chaka got up and walked forwards slowly. It was hungry and wanted to have some ice. It was the second time Chaka came here. Previously, an eagle it didn't know brought it and Shashwan here. The mere thought of Shashwan made it furious. It bit off a piece of ice from an icicle and threw it on the ground. Damn it, Shashwan went missing again. The fog in the ice field on the mountain top was thick, but a few huge black figures could be seen from the surroundings. 2 of the largest eagles were standing on the ground. Both of them were more than 10 meters tall. One of them was 15 meters tall. However, Both of them were still kids. The 7 eagles did not dare mess around even though they were nosy. It was because all the huge eagles from this area could kill them with a single swipe even though they were old. It was fortunate enough to be able to fly here with energy left. Thus, it was best to keep quiet if they wanted to stay alive. Every great mountain eagle must pass the test at Eagle Mountain to grow. The trip to Eagle Mountain would be a test period for the eagle and they would experience something similar to the snake molting its skin. 2 of the eagles that came here for the first time stayed beside the largest eagle in the troop and watched around with curiosity. Chaka didn't go near them. Instead, it chose to rest on an icicle while thinking, I would scare Shashwan to death when I get out of here. On the other side, Shashwan looked at the bird in front of him and turned around to ask Gong Jiaheng, will this hammer bird throw me off the river halfway through the trip? It won't, I promise, said Gong Jiaheng. Then, he glared at the bird named Hammer. Did you hear him? Finish this job well and I'll give you a reward when it's over. Otherwise, I'll roast you today. The hammer bird cried softly. Did you hear that? It promised so you don't have to worry. It won't throw you off halfway. Gong Jiaheng patted Shashwan's shoulder. Young man, be bold and trust the bird. All right, fine, said Shashwan. The weapons that needed to be brought along were heavy, especially Heng's hammer. The bird had kept protesting the heavy load. They had to travel a few times, back and forth, so the load would not be too heavy. Previously, Gong Jiaheng also made the bird cross twice to bring his items over. The hammer bird brought Gong Jiaheng went over for the first time before coming back for his other stuff. This time, Gong Jiaheng planned to ask Hammer to bring Shashwan the first time, then, come back for the stuff. After that, it had to come back for the 3rd time to bring himself across. There must be at least a person present to look after our stuff, otherwise, the stuff would be stolen by the monkeys on the other side. Shashwan, you go first, said Gong Jiaheng. The other side of the river had many annoying monkeys. They had stolen Gong Jiaheng's things before. All right. Shashwan took his stuff. His stuff wasn't as heavy as Heng's stuff, thus it could be brought over with him. Shashwan jumped on Hammer's back and the bird flew towards the other side of the river. Shashwan looked out across the vast expanse on the bird's back. It was a good idea to travel by bird. At this point, he had no idea that Chaka had disappeared. The people from his tribe were panicking. Shashwan saw a small island on the river. When he looked closely, it was not a small island, but a huge beast with only a small part of its head protruding from the river's surface. It stared at the sky coldly with its protruding eyes. Shashwan could feel Hammer the bird trembling after noticing the beast in the river. It flapped its wings harder than before and flew higher with a higher speed. Almost by reflex, it was trying its best to avoid the beast. Shashwan could feel that the bird was frightened by the beast even though they were in the sky. The beast that was still staring at the sky suddenly revealed itself from the river and showed its narrow snout and its 2 big nostrils. It was massive. It was the giant beast that made every crocodile disappear from the surroundings. It was the king of this river, the giant bastard. Age unknown. Shashwan had heard from Gong Jiaheng that Gong Jiaheng had traveled across the river on the bird's back before. During that time, they had almost arrived on the other side of the river when Gong Jiaheng looked down and felt a sense of uneasiness. Due to the uneasiness, Gong Jiaheng told the bird to fly higher and faster. Hammer was flying low that time, due to the heavy load it was carrying. When Gong Jiaheng noticed something was off, he forced himself to throw one of his bags into the river. That bag had contained a few well-built weapons. Although he was reluctant, his action did ease the bird's burden and made it fly higher. The giant beast had suddenly shot out from the river and revealed half of its body. Its mouth was similar to a giant trap filled with death and blood, waiting for the prey to fall in. The bird sped up and flew higher, a close escape from the jaws of the beast. If Gong Jiaheng hadn't thrown the baggage off earlier, they would have fallen into its mouth at that moment. The baggage that had been thrown off by Gong Jiaheng was swallowed by the huge beast. Some of his best weapons disappeared into its belly just like that. That was when Gong Jiaheng decided it was his enemy. Shashwan finally understood the reason why Gong Jiaheng would rather travel back and forth a few times instead of bringing everything at once. If the bags were too heavy, they wouldn't have been able to respond quickly in case of danger. It was the lesson learned from that time. That incident had affected Hammer deeply too, which was why it trembled when it saw the giant beast. Fortunately, the giant beast eyeballed the distance from itself to them and estimated it could not reach them at this distance. Thus, it didn't come at them. When they finally reached the other side safely, Shashwan vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. Fortunately, there weren't any threats around. However, Shashwan didn't let down his guard. When the hammer bird finally traveled 2 more times to bring over Gong Jiaheng and all the stuff, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, the respite was only temporary. As promised, Gong Jiaheng hunted a beast for Hammer the bird as a reward. He didn't expect the bird to continue with them because the bird was always found near the river. It would go back to its flock as soon as it finished its task. This bird was big, but it wasn't suitable to be involved in individual combat. They were gregarious birds that survived in the mountains in groups. Alright, Shashwan, we have to speed up in front. That is an area full of annoying monkeys and there are too many of them. It's kind of difficult to fight them. If we do not travel fast enough, we will definitely suffer losses. Gong Jiaheng instructed Shashwan as a person who had gone there before. It was a reminder to Shashwan, follow up and try not to lose me. I won't help you if the monkeys catch you. Gong Jiaheng tried to scare Shashwan before speeding up in front with his stuff. There had been a lot of movement in their surroundings ever since they left the riverbank. They also heard leaves rustling. They're here. We need to get out of here, now! Shouted Gong Jiaheng. The sound of a tree trunk breaking could be heard. Gong Jiaheng's sentence had just ended when he saw Shashwan sprint past him, then getting further and further away. What the hell? What kind of monster is he? Why is he running so fast? The monkeys are staring at me. Can he come back and help me carry a bag? Cursed Gong Jiaheng to himself. Chapter 411, 2 Sons. In the end, Shashwan turned around and came back to help Gong Jiaheng with some of the bags. This way, they could both leave the monkeys' territory as soon as possible. The monkeys here were not friendly. Although they were not large, they were difficult to shake off. They ate human brains too. He found several dead people in this area with their skulls cracked open, and anyone who could reach this place was no weakling. That was why fighting the monkeys with brute force was a no-go. You would only suffer huge losses. Running away as soon as you can was the best solution. Since they were both together, it was best they helped each other. In the beginning, Hang thought that Shashwan, as a young man here for the first time, would have a hard time being here. He thought he would need to save Shashwan. That way he could get back some of his dignity and even scold the kid. However, everything was in reverse now. That was why as they both ran, Hang's expressions were very forced. He didn't know what to say. When he thought about the excuse he used to tag along, his face reddened. All he could do was stammer a word of thanks. They heard the disgruntled monkeys' screeches and tree branches snapping behind them. The monkeys were angry they did not catch a single human. They didn't even get to touch the humans. After leaving the monkey territory, both hurried along their journey. Here, Shashwan did not have to look. Gong Jiaheng led the way since he had been here many times. There were a few streams around them similar to the one at the Flaming Horns hunting grounds. During the dry season, the riverbed could be seen too. Not sure where these streams were from or where they led to. There were smaller crocodiles and other aquatic animals here. It was not the dry season yet, so they could often hear noises made by the animals in and around the river. A python was taking a lazy stroll amongst the riverside bushes. It did not care for the animals here because it was full. When Shashwan passed it, he saw a huge, expanded section on its body. Based on its shape, the python had just swallowed a crocodile. In the beginning, Gong Jiaheng had already told Shashwan what he should be aware of. That was why Shashwan safely avoided all the hiding predators without needing Hang's reminders. Shashwan was a model student. He did not look like a first-timer at all. Hang hadn't even gotten a chance to teach Shashwan something. He realized how useless the excuse he used to tag along was. Secretly, he was frustrated. All he could do was heave a sigh. The tribesmen who lived in the forest were, after all, adapted to move in a forest. 2 days after they left, at this speed, we will arrive at the resting spot before dark. said Heng. Since he came often, there were several designated spots for him to rest. The first time he came looking for Gongjia Mountain, he had discovered a cave in a mountain that was suitable as a resting spot. At the time, there were many insects and snakes inside, so he had to use some medicine as a pesticide. After that, every time he left he would put some medicine in there to prevent pests from building their nest inside while he was gone. Before sunset, they both arrived at the mountain. The face was steep, with all kinds of wet moss on its walls. While it was slippery, it wasn't a problem for both of them. "We're here." Gongjia Heng looked around the boulder blocking the mouth of the cave. There were still traces of green powder. That was the pesticide he used. They hadn't completely disappeared yet. This meant there shouldn't be any pests inside. "Hold this. I'll move the boulder." Gongjia Heng passed his bag to Shashwan and rolled his shoulders. With both arms on the boulder, he pushed with all his strength. This boulder was heavier than a crocodile. It was still difficult. Suddenly, he felt all resistance disappear. The boulder was shoved aside. "Sigh, didn't I ask you to hold the stuff? You don't." Heng wanted to nag at him, for he had told Shashwan to watch his stuff. They had limited material, so the weapons inside were precious. There were many curious animals in the area that liked to steal. He should never put down their bags to push the boulder. However, Heng turned to see Shashwan holding both their bags in one hand. He did not put them down, and the other hand pushed the boulder. All right." In the end, Gongjia Heng could only force himself to say a word. So what if he was strong? However, as a partner, with Shashwan here, Gongjia Heng did find the journey to be much easier. In the past, his journey to this point required at least 3 days. They had arrived in 2. Heng had to admit that this kid was strong. After lighting a fire, they took the opportunity before it went completely dark outside to hunt a small fierce beast. After cleaning it, they roasted it over the fire in the cave. "In the beginning, I wanted to build a house here, but after that I found a cave to be more convenient," said Heng as he roasted the meat. "We stay in caves too when we leave the tribe to hunt." Shashwan described their hunts. In the past, Gongjia Heng wasn't familiar with life in a forest. However, now that he had lived there for 20 years, he was not interested and hence did not ask questions. The night was chilly. There was a strong breeze blowing outside and the cave was not deep. Their fire flickered in the wind. Shashwan walked to the mouth of the cave and moved the boulder so the gap would be smaller. This was to prevent the breeze from entering and blowing out the flame. Gongjia Heng was not happy to see Shashwan move a boulder so easily. "You flaming horn people, are you all this strong?" "Yeah. Our tribesmen are physically stronger, suitable for forging." "Then again, I think I've heard of your tribe's name before." "It's been a long time. I can't remember much." In the past, Gongjia Heng mainly focused on forging, so he merely knew what other people mentioned and never asked questions. After that, when he started looking for the mountain, he was even more cut off from the outside world. After a full meal, Gongjia Heng extinguished the fire to rest. However, he saw Shashwan take out the glowing crystal, an animal skin scroll and a peculiar pen. He was drawing on the animal scroll. "What are you writing?" asked Gongjia Heng. "Filling in the map," said Shashwan. "What for?" "How many times do you plan to come here?" "I don't know. It'll be great if you even make it back alive." "Don't overthink it. I'm a true Zion, yet I haven't found it after 20 years. You think you can find it in one trip? But it doesn't matter if you don't. Just treat it as training," said Heng in a comforting tone. Actually, he was looking forward to finding the mountain too. However, after so many rounds of failure, he had prepared for this to be a long fight. He was not going to give up though. If it wasn't for the convenience in getting materials from trading with the tribes nearby, he would have chosen to stay here. However, he was still very curious. Leaning in to read the map, Shashwan showed him the map he got from deciphering the cloud patterns. In the beginning, it was just a rough sketch, but by now, it was filled with the places he had passed. The monkey forest, the swamps, woody forest, plus mountains were indicated too. "Why is this part empty?" Gongjia Heng pointed. "I haven't been." "I have. Let me tell you." Gongjia Heng started talking non-stop as he pointed at the empty spot on the scroll. Although it had been a few years since he had been there, He had a vague idea. When he finished, he said, "When we get back, lend me your map. I want to make a copy." Heng loved Shashwan's efficient and simple markings on the map. He wanted one too. Sure. Since Heng liked it, Shashwan was generous too. "I'll just draw another one for you." When he heard Shashwan, he was satisfied. At this point, Heng was tired too. "Sleep early, or you'll suffer tomorrow." They had been hurrying through their journey for the past 2 days. Their minds and bodies were tired. It felt like he had been forging for 10 days in a row. Yet this kid was still planning to stay up. "All right." Shashwan continued studying his map. Heng did not speak another word. The kid was going to regret it. However, when he woke the next day, he noticed Shashwan was more energetic than he was. Shashwan had even gone hunting and brought back breakfast. Heng was about to say something when Shashwan asked in surprise, "Master Gongjia, why are there 2 suns?" When they arrived yesterday, it was sunset and there was only one sun. Shashwan had only seen one. However, there were 2 this morning. Where did the other one come from? Heng no longer thought about why Shashwan had such astonishing rejuvenating powers. He smirked mysteriously. "There are 2 suns and you're already so afraid? If later we see even more suns in the sky, what will you do?" Shashwan fell silent, then probed curiously, "Illusion?" Gongjia Heng was surprised. Other people would ask more questions if they weren't already terrified, but he hadn't expected Shashwan to guess it right. "Sort of." Gongjia Heng walked out of the cave and looked up at the 2 suns in the sky. He sighed. If Gongjia Mountain was that easy to find, then there wouldn't be so many deaths here. Not just the people in the forest, even the people in the slave masters' cities all used the sun to pinpoint directions and time. However, what happens when the sun's movements are erratic? Right now, 2 suns did not affect their journey too much, but the further they traveled, the more illusions there would be. It would become more and more difficult to pinpoint directions and one's travels would be greatly disturbed. Although the 2 suns in the sky were not far apart from each other, anyone who was not familiar with this phenomenon would still struggle to make out the time. "Do you know which one is the real sun?" Gongjia Heng asked in delight. However, when he thought of Shashwan's not divination skills, he got a little curious too. "Why don't you use your divination to find out?" Gongjia Heng went looking for some rope, but Shashwan just closed his eyes. Then, he opened them and pointed at the sun that was slightly to the left. "That's the real one." Heng was about to hand him the rope excitedly, expecting to watch his divination process again. However, he paused and then tossed the piece of rope. "Why do you say that?" "I guessed." Chapter 412, Leaving the Forest. "Have you known it all along?" asked Gongjia Heng. How would Shashwan be able to tell so quickly? He didn't believe that Shashwan was guessing. "Yeah, I knew," said Shashwan. Gongjia Heng relaxed. "Did someone tell him?" As Heng was thinking, Shashwan said, "This was a conclusion I made this morning. I just had to confirm just now." "You meant you figured it out this morning?" "Yeah." "How?" "Just by looking at them, I can tell which is the illusion." Shashwan did not tell him about his extraordinary vision. In his other sense of vision, there was no sun present. That was how he could tell. He was just very surprised there was such a phenomenon here. Gongjia Heng couldn't believe Shashwan had this ability other than divination. Heng knew the right answer from secret tools and experience, yet this was Shashwan's first time here. However, it was a good thing to Heng too. As for how Shashwan did it, he did not probe further. Everyone had their own secrets. Just like how he had a lot of secrets he would never tell Shashwan too. There were a lot of things he would never tell a non-Xia person. After eating the prey Shashwan brought back, Heng rested for half a day before telling Shashwan they could leave. It was already noon by then. One of the suns had disappeared. The illusion was gone. Here, the 2 suns only appear in the morning. At noon, it will return to normal. That is why, if sometimes you encounter a problem you cannot solve, you can just wait. Sometimes, the problem solves itself, said Gongjia Heng, sounding like an elder giving life advice to him. Shashwan listened. Although Heng was naggy sometimes, he was still a good person. Shashwan listened to whatever he had to say. This was an experienced Xia craftsman. It was normal for him to have his quirks. As they ventured deeper, He understood why Hang was not impressed by two suns. There were many more illusions waiting for them, not just the sun. Sometimes they were mountains, or a simple forest. Taking the wrong path so deep in the forest would result in getting yourself deeper into the problem. While there were not many fierce predators, there were rarely any regular animals too. If you hadn't prepared dried meat, you'd starve. However, they were just illusions. They weren't a serious problem because all Shashwan had to do was to use his extraordinary vision. The real problems lay in physical things. There were so many factors that could affect a person's decision-making skills here. Just like how Shashwan and Gongjia Heng walked for 2 days in the forest only to realize they had arrived where they started. Neither of them were idiots and were good in pinpointing directions, yet they still managed to arrive in the same spot 2 days later. This spelt trouble. Gongjia Heng's experience was only useful in the beginning. He could not give definite answers as they ventured deeper. If he could solve these problems easily, he would not have needed 20 years. He knew that the mountain should be somewhere here, yet he still couldn't see it. "This is where I got stuck. I haven't been able to get out of this place," said Gongjia Heng with frustration, wiping the sweat off his forehead. The forest looked so normal with no dangerous beasts, almost tranquil, yet Gongjia Heng was facing problems here. "It took me 15 years to reach here. But that's it. I have been stuck in this part of the forest for 5 years. Gongjia Heng heaved a long sigh, calming his mind. He wasn't as frustrated and afraid as the first time he was trapped here, so his tone was calm. Shashwan stood at the same place he was at 2 days ago. His eyes swept across the forest as he fished out a piece of straw rope. "I'll try again." 2 days ago, when Heng brought Shashwan here, he got Shashwan to do a reading for them to determine which direction to head next. However, Shashwan did 3 readings and none of them worked. Before the knots were complete, the rope broke. "It doesn't matter if it fails." Gongjia Heng looked at Shashwan's face of determination, knowing that Shashwan must be filled with defiance now. But if it were so easy, how would he be stuck here for 5 years? He had a strong feeling that he'd arrive soon after he left this patch of forest. However, just like a heavy door, this place stood between him and his goal. However, although that was what he said, he was unwilling to. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he got. Whatever calmness he had was gone now. He turned, wondering when Shashwan would stop. However, after a few moments, the first knot on the rope was complete. After a while, another knot formed, then the third. Gongjia Heng stood as still as a statue, paralyzed. His eyes looked like they were about to fall out. Glued to the rope in Shashwan's hands, the muscles on his face shook. The third knot was done, then the fourth one, the fifth. One by one, the knots formed on the rope in his hands. The knots were then combined to form a complicated knot. "Just a little more, just a little more. Do not break, please do not break." Gongjia Heng was screaming in his heart, but he shut his mouth tight to not make a sound, deeply afraid he might startle Shashwan. It had been 20 years. 5 of it trapped here. Right now, hope grew little by little with every knot on the rope. Gongjia Heng was waiting with bated breath. He prayed hard. "Oh mighty straw rope, please do not break, please don't. In the future, I'll pay more attention when I make rope. I'll put all my effort into making every knot." Gongjia Heng regretted not suggesting Shashwan use a tougher material to make straw rope. What if the rope breaks at a critical moment? He wasn't moving, but he was sweating everywhere. Large beads of sweat dripped down his face, but he did not wipe them away. He stared at the rope. SSS. That was the sound the rope made when Shashwan tightened the last knot at the end of the reading. This meant the reading was completed. Shashwan exhaled deeply. He had spent a lot of energy conducting his reading, as if he had been hunting for many consecutive days without sleep. He was exhausted and his brain wasn't functioning now. After a few moments, when he snapped back to reality, he realized Gongjia Heng was still in the exact same position. Heng's face was very red and he was sweating, twitching occasionally. "Master Gongjia, what happened to you?" he asked in surprise. His red face contorted. Then, in a peculiar tone, as if he was suppressing a lot of emotion, he asked, "Did you get anything?" "Yeah, I did. He had to walk through the forest to be able to conduct a successful session. Listening to Gong Jiaheng describe the place was no use. Shashwan just finished his sentence when Gong Jiaheng leapt in excitement. He had jumped so high his head knocked on a tree branch. The tree branch broke, but he did not care. Taking deep breaths, he waved his fists and sounded like he was about to cry. Shashwan thought the guy seemed to have gone a little mad. When he finally went back to normal, he ran to Shashwan with such emotion in his eyes. "Where do we go?" "Follow me." Shashwan switched his vision and focused, ignoring everything else. It was as if he locked himself in this world. Then, he lifted his feet and walked in the direction headed by the ropes. Gong Jiaheng did not speak when he saw Shashwan like this. No matter how curious he was, he had to wait so that they would arrive as soon as possible. It was not the time to disturb Shashwan. Both men walked in silence with light footsteps. Within the forest, there was only the rustle of tree leaves. After half a day, they finally left the forest. Here, there were no tall trees blocking their vision. They could see a mountain far away. Before sunset, they arrived in a valley. They had to stay the night here. There was no cave nearby, so they found a spot to rest. This was not Gongjia Mountain, but Gong Jiaheng had a strong feeling. "We're near. I can feel the mountain calling to me." Gong Jiaheng looked in a direction, his face solemn. The closer they got, the more cautious they would have to be. They couldn't die a few steps from their goal. A simple valley might be more dangerous than the forest they just left. Shashwan rested, leaning against the slope of a mountain. He had used up a lot of energy today. He didn't rest after the divination reading. When he walked out of the forest, he felt like every neuron in his brain was highly tense. It was only now that he began to relax. In his mind, the totemic flames had threads of energy extending from them. The threads flowed with his blood, around his bones, then circulated around his body. He felt his energy increase with every cycle, quickly recovering to his original state. Shashwan's ashen complexion slowly gained color. It was night time, so it was not obvious, and Gong Jiaheng didn't see it. If he saw this, Heng would have been once again astonished by Shashwan's rejuvenation abilities. Shashwan thought silence would never happen in the forest. However, it was silent here. It was a quiet night. Other than the occasional sound of rolling pebbles when there was a breeze, there was no other sound. When the wind stopped, he heard nothing, as if the strong, roaring wind earlier that day was just his imagination. The next day, when Shashwan woke, all signs of fatigue were gone. The sun had just risen and it was not bright. The valley was shaped like a U. The two faces of the mountain around it were about 1 to 200 meters tall. If you were standing on one of them, you would realize that the mountains became increasingly taller further ahead. That was why Shashwan had no idea what it would be like behind these mountains, nor could he see where this valley would lead them. Chapter 413, Zaya Valley. During the day, there was still a strong breeze. When the winds blew across the valley, they whistled. "There used to be a river here," said Gong Jiaheng. The river was called Zaya River, but after that, it dried up and became a valley. So this was now Zaya Valley. "It will be difficult to cross Zaya Valley. It was easier when there was a river. Now that the river has dried up into a valley, there have been many changes. I heard that people who entered the Zaya Valley never returned." These were stories the older people had told Heng. Now that he had seen the place for himself, it felt different. "So this is Zaya Valley." "Shashwan, do you smell a very special smell?" he asked. "Rocks?" "It's the smell of death," Gong Jiaheng commented wistfully, and then continued walking ahead. Gongjia Mountain was in Zaya Valley. However, there was a suffocating feeling when one walked in the valley. There were no animals, just bare rocks and boulders on both sides. Even vegetation was sparse. Before this, although there were no animals in the forest, at least there were plants. Here, it just looked like a dead piece of land. "Did the Zaya people live here years ago?" Gong Jiaheng said this used to be a river. "That meant a long time ago. This should have been a good place to settle." "Not sure why it became this." "We'll travel in the afternoon," said Heng. "Why?" "The door to Gongjia Mountain can only be found in the afternoon." Shashwan listened. Since Gong Jiaheng had said such a thing, the Zaya people definitely knew more than him. It was better than traveling blindly. In the afternoon, They set off. As they walked further ahead, Shashwan had a familiar feeling. It reminded him of something. He had to admit that it was just as Gong Jiaheng said, there was the smell of death here, but to others, it was the smell of opportunity. Shashwan felt the core seed's presence. It was not here, it was still far away. However, Shashwan clearly felt the sense of death that came from a core seed. Perhaps this entire piece of land was dead because of the core seed. The legends denote that only the people of the Great Six had core seeds. It should be very rare for other tribes to have it. Plus the Xia people had already dispersed to different parts of the world. How could they have a core seed? No matter what, finding Gongjia Mountain should be the answer. Just like the forest, this was like an upgraded version of a maze. There were many forks, and every time you walked, you would quickly be blocked by a cliff or a mountain. Shashwan couldn't just climb over either. Right now, he still could memorize the path he had taken, in case he had to return. But if he started climbing mountains, would he still remember? Gong Jiaheng climbed up the face of the mountain. He did not climb over, merely walked along with it. He was sure they could get out of here. Right now, Shashwan had not been able to conduct a successful reading. Just like in the forest, he had not enough information. That was why he had to walk the journey on his own. Perhaps it would succeed when he had more information. The third time they met a dead end, Gong Jiaheng sighed. My elders once told me that Xia River was a very special river. I have now seen it for myself. The Xia River was formed naturally, not man-made. That was why it was special. Now that it had dried up, it had become a natural maze. They looked up at the blue sky, so empty they could not see any clouds. Around them was just the valley, reeking of death. As they traveled, they both made markings on mountain walls. When the sun set, Gong Jiaheng stopped. They had to wait for the next afternoon. If we do not find the place as soon as possible, we will starve to death, said Gong Jiaheng. In the forest, they knew how to return to their original path, so if they were hungry, they could temporarily leave to get some food. Here, if they accidentally got lost, they could easily be trapped in the valley. If they could not find their initial path, they could climb up mountains and take a straight path in the direction where they came from, but somehow, one would unconsciously deviate from his original direction. It was a strange feeling. It was very easy to pinpoint the wrong direction too because of the sun in the sky. As time went on, sometimes there was one, then suddenly two, or even more. Sometimes, when you saw one sun, it could also be an illusion. In a place like this, if you were not mentally strong, you would not live long. It had been 3 days. They had walked in the valley for 3 days to no avail. Every day, they only had half a day's time to search for the place. Gong Jiaheng said they could walk slowly, as long as the method was correct, it should be fine. Unfortunately, it all amounted to nothing. To save energy, other than the designated hours for searching, they would find a place to rest. Saving energy was also saving food. They brought limited dried meat with them. Their stash definitely couldn't last very long. When they once again arrived at a dead end, they saw a human skeleton. Not sure how long this had been here, but this must be a stronger person, at least a middle-rank totemic warrior or above. A regular person's skeleton would break easily. From this skeleton's position, the person had raised her arms to the skies before death, as if roaring at the heavens in defiance. Although the person had long lost his flesh and was just skin and bones, Shashwan could still see that he had died an unwilling death. The number of Xia people coming to look for Gongjia Mountain has dwindled. It's because most of the people who came searching died. There were too few people who succeeded, said Gong Jiaheng. That was just the first skeleton. After that, Shashwan encountered more skeletons. Someone even carved writings on the walls, but perhaps due to the weather, they were illegible by now. These people's last words would never be known, and no one would know who they were. If they were lucky, their identities could be found on their rusty weapons. However, weapons with too much rust rendered the embellishments illegible too. Then no matter how powerful and mighty these people were, after death, no one knew who they were. Shashwan looked at the rusty weapons on the ground. Then, he got up and with a solemn face, told Gong Jiaheng, "We have to hurry, or we'll just return to where we came from. We don't have much food left. If this doesn't work out, I can come next time." Although that was what he said, Gong Jiaheng still felt like the goal was right under his nose. He just couldn't see it. How could he return like that? He couldn't blame these people who died. Some of them were just stubborn, refusing to return although they had far exceeded their physical abilities. Most of them probably starved to death here. It was sad. "Can you do a reading yet?" asked Gong Jiaheng. Szechuan shook his head. The anticipation in his eyes turned to disappointment. Then, he seemed to laugh at himself. It felt stupid. Didn't the Xia people always rely on themselves? How could he place hope on another person? That person was an outsider. He looked at the sky. "We'll stop and continue tomorrow." He could make guesses based on the sunlight and shadows on the ground, plus the qualities of the rock around him. However, this was still too slow. If he kept using this method, he might just starve. Sitting on the ground, Gong Jiaheng carefully took out a piece of dried meat and sipped some water in his flask. He thought about what to do next. Szechuan was thinking too. He had seen some broken skeletons here. This probably meant they had been cannibalized by other people. People could do very shocking things when they were at a dead end. Szechuan understood that the ones who would go looking for the mountain had a specific mindset too. Cannibalism was understandable. Szechuan did not want to starve to death here, nor did he want to eat human meat here. It was fine if they could not find the place. He would rather return. However, they still had to do their best since they had already arrived. He didn't know why his not divinations kept failing. He could only use other methods. He used his senses to feel his surroundings. The death brought by the Corseid was everywhere around him. However, it was difficult to confirm its position. Could he determine its location using his mind's totemic flames? This was the Xia people's territory and unrelated to the Flaming Horn people. Their totemic flames were useless here. Szechuan was about to calm the totemic power within him when he realized there were threads of power concentrating in his chest. He opened his eyes to see a bit of light there. He fished the elder's bone out to realize all 4 bone ornaments were on fire. There was no wind right now, but the flames were all flickering in one direction. Gong Jiaheng had his eyes closed, deep in thought. When he noticed some movement, he opened his eyes to see flames in Szechuan's hands, and the flames were flickering in one direction. We'll head in that direction tomorrow. Szechuan put the bone ornaments behind his clothes again. As he calmed the totemic power in him, the flames died. Gong Jiaheng's eyes brightened. He knew the kid would have a solution. Initially, he was thinking of returning, but now he had hope again. On the next day, they waited till noon to leave. They continued heading in the direction of the ornament's flames. At the same time, after some time, Gong Jiaheng also quickly calculated on his own to check if it was right. When they passed by a place, Gong Jiaheng suddenly yelled and stopped. "Wait, what's the matter?" Previously, the flames had been pointing in this direction. Szechuan was about to take his ornaments out to check again, but Heng had fished out a bronze nail and stabbed it into the ground. He looked at the sky. "This sun in the sky is the real one, right?" Szechuan nodded. After his confirmation, Gong Jiaheng looked at the shadow of the nail on the ground, made some measurements, then looked at one of the cliff faces. Based on his guesses, he walked over. The cliff face wasn't far away, but Gong Jiaheng felt like every step was too heavy. That 10 meters took him 1 minute to walk over. His throat was dry, his eyes filled with shock. When he finally arrived at the face, Gong Jiaheng looked at the seemingly regular wall. He placed both palms on it and roared, using all his energy to push. Grrrr. The sound of a stone door sliding open echoed. Chapter 414, You Can Try. This regular cliff face was a stone door. How could there be a stone door here? There was only one answer. They were here. Gong Jiaheng's hands were shaking as he pushed the door open. He was so emotional he barely could push it, so he had to calm himself down first. Szechuan did not help him. If it was a regular door, he would, but this was most likely the stone door leading to Gongjia Mountain. This should be a task left for a true Xia person. It was their pride and honor too. So Gongjia Mountain wasn't beyond the valley, it was in the valley one. When the stone door was opened, a gust of cool breeze blew from inside. As they peered inside, it was pitch black. Gong Jiaheng did not care, hurrying inside. Szechuan followed him. When they entered, Hang closed the door once again. With the glowing crystal, there was no need to light a fire. There was no firewood anyway. After they entered, Gong Jiaheng did not speak. He just walked ahead quickly down a tunnel. He had been looking for this place for 20 years. It was understandable that he was overwhelmed with emotion. Shashwan walked with him for about 30 minutes. The breeze in the tunnel smelled like flowers. There was light ahead. They were arriving at the end of the tunnel. When they walked out, there was a place completely different from Xia Valley. It looked like a regular valley, plus a stream flowed through it. On both sides of the stream were all kinds of plants. Shashwan saw many edible plants, and also fruit trees. This was where the Xia people once stayed. Not far away was a 3-meter-tall bell. Not sure how long it had been there. There was a lot of dust and sand covering it so they could not see what it looked like. Gong Jiaheng walked over and picked up the bell hammer next to it. He hit the bell. Clang! A bright yet graceful sound echoed across the valley as if it had its own rhythm and melody. The notes rose and fall, announcing the arrival of yet another Xia person. As the bell vibrated, all the dust and sand were shaken off. Its true form was revealed. It was just a bronze bell, though it was almost a golden color. It was bright and smooth with no traces of rust. There were words and images carved on it. The largest characters read Gongjia Valley. There was still a ringing across the valley. At this moment, Gongjia Heng, standing next to the clock, let out a hearty laugh at the skies as if he had gone mad. When he was finally done laughing, he put down the clock's hammer and looked around. The mountains around were not as steep or bald as the ones at Xia Valley. There were creepers and flowers blooming on cliff faces here. However, neither of them looked at the flowers or the creepers. Instead, they were admiring the sunlight reflected by the bell onto the face of the cliff. There were patterns too. These reflected rays made the valley more mysterious. 20 years. Haha. It has been 20 years. I finally found it. Gong Jiaheng followed the face of that cliff and found a bronze door. When he pushed it open, he first saw 18 shiny bronze statues about 5 meters tall. Every bronze person's posture, clothing and weapon in their hands were different. They held an axe, dagger, spear, sword, knife, bow, crossbow, arrow. The ones that held protective gear included armor, a shield, etc. Anyone in this industry would know that many of these were ancient. There were carvings on the walls around them too. They were words left by the Xia ancestors for their descendants. Talent, attitude, opportunity. Gong Jiaheng read one of the lines aloud, frowning, and then he grinned. Most people only placed emphasis on the first two or just talent. However, to Xia people, all three were important, at least to the ancestors. Xia people did not want to pass down their knowledge to people with talent but not the right attitude. In terms of talent, Gong Jiaheng admitted he was not as good as the ones who had arrived before him. These were elites of their people who came here all on their own. Their names would be recorded in history. Even until now, many people would have heard of their names. Compared to them, he did not have the talent, but he knew how to take an opportunity. The key factor to his success was definitely Shashwan. Without Shashwan, Gong Jiaheng knew he probably wouldn't find this place in another 20 years. This probably counted as luck and opportunity. It wasn't cheating. After letting go of the discomfort in him, he felt much better. His dad once said that a craftsman must have skin as thick as a cauldron. Gong Jiaheng felt like he had to learn from his dad. Shashwan, I'll be going in first. You wait outside, all the fruits here are edible, said Gong Jiaheng. Can I go in and check the place out? Heng smiled. You're not a Xia, you can't come in. This was also why when people other than the Xias came here, they still weren't able to learn about the Xia secrets. They couldn't enter. You can try if you don't believe me, just don't force your way in, that would just bring harm to you. You can take a small step inside. Since Shashwan had been a huge help, Heng did not plan to burn his bridges here either. However, there were some things that were not up to him to decide. Shashwan walked up to the bronze door and peered inside. It looked like the inside of the mountain was dug empty and converted into a shrine. Like what Heng said, he only took one small step inside. The moment his foot touched the ground, he felt a strong sense of danger. Every hair on his neck stood up. His totemic patterns appeared in an instant and all his muscles were tense. At the same time, cloud patterns appeared on all 18 statues. They were supposed to be non-living objects, and yet, in 1 second, they looked alive like 18 5-meter-tall advanced totemic warriors. The power they exuded was suffocating to Shashwan. It felt like there was an actual object squashing him. The tension in the air felt like their weapons would be used against him mercilessly. One step was enough to create such a tensed atmosphere. Right now, the 18 statues were the only visible threats. Shashwan knew there were other weapons to stop outsiders from entering. The Zaya definitely didn't just have statues. The power of the shaman? Shashwan felt a power similar to a shaman. This was just one step. With another step, the sense of non-belonging here would be stronger. Shashwan bore this pressure alone. It was exhausting. Gong Jiaheng was about to tell Shashwan to step back when he saw a flash of fire on Shashwan. Whoosh! Flames shot out from his bone ornaments, wrapping around Shashwan. At the same time, it blocked off the tension from the 18 statues. Not sure if they had felt Shashwan's resistance because the cloud patterns on the 18 statues were even more obvious now. The looming threat was even more grave. It was as if they had stepped into a battlefield. They were just 5 meters, but it felt like they were giants. The atmosphere within the room changed immediately. The air was frozen. Gong Jiaheng was a true Zaya, standing behind the 18 statues. Yet he could still feel the pressure. He looked at Shashwan in surprise. This kid could trigger such a huge response from the statues. The more powerful an outsider was, the stronger the response would be. Just from one small step, Shashwan had triggered a huge change in the space. It was just one regular step. He did not jump or take a large step, and it was already like that. Gong Jiaheng felt like he had overstepped some boundary and almost slapped himself. He shouldn't have let Shashwan try. This kid was too peculiar. On the other side, as the 18 statues changed their energetic stances, Shashwan did the same. The flames around Shashwan roared and shot up tall as the statues. At the same time, a vague silhouette of a person formed from the flames. This giant held up a palm as if to stop the statues. Two can play at this game. Both sides went through another energetic battle. The tension could kill. Although the threat was not directed at Heng, he was still very uncomfortable. He clenched his teeth hard, feeling all his bones starting to shake. If this continued, his entire being would just explode before he had a chance to see what his ancestors had. He looked at Shashwan. This was the person fighting against the 18 statues. Although it looked like a tough position to be in, he seemed to fare a lot better than Heng. Heng felt like he was going to suffocate. It was getting more and more difficult to breathe. But this was not the end. The energetic clash rose another level. A buzzing could be heard from the statues. They felt like warriors on a battlefield, about to start their massacre. The totemic patterns on Shashwan's body turned brighter, the giant rising even taller. The tension was too much. Gong Jiaheng was drenched in sweat. Veins bulged from his arms. He felt like his veins were about to explode. He wanted to speak but found that he couldn't. Like the blood in his veins were also frozen in time. Where was this kid from? This was a regular warrior from the Flaming Horn tribe? Bullshit. Even a genius would not cause this. He hoped Shashwan wasn't some demon. Just as Gong Jiaheng felt like he wasn't going to make it, he saw the bronze statues vibrate. It must have been a hallucination. However, in the next moment, the tension was gone. Shashwan took his foot back. The frozen air suddenly flowed naturally again. Gong Jiaheng looked at Shashwan at the door. He still looked normal. Although his breathing was quickened, he didn't look pathetic at all. "All right, I tried," said Shashwan. Heng's face twitched. "Tried? I almost died. Will you promise not to force yourself in?" Now Gong Jiaheng was truly worried about Shashwan using brute force. In the past, he could say confidently that no outsider could safely step into Gongjia Mountain. However, he had his doubts now. Even if Shashwan couldn't make it inside, if he forced himself in, it could shake the entire mountain. He didn't know what would happen then. "Don't worry, I won't." Shashwan turned to leave. When he saw Shashwan leave, Heng wiped off the sweat on his face. The muscles in his thighs were stiff, he could barely walk. Chapter 415, power of the bone ornaments. Gong Jiaheng went inside the mountain while Shashwan left. He sat on a rock that had been shaped into a bench near the bell, thinking about what just happened. Hang thought Shashwan had done it on purpose, but Shashwan didn't even know this was going to happen. The flames on the ornament came out on their own. Shashwan did not control them. It was more like an instinct from the clashes between different shamanic energies. When a threat was detected, it would automatically unleash a protective power, helping Shashwan block off the strong threat. Perhaps this was what the ancestors meant by the protection of the ancestors. Or, the flames on the ornaments were related to the Xia people's shaman. The ornaments had such a response only because there was shamanic energy here. The Xia people had left behind things related to their craft, likely inside that mountain. To stop outsiders from entering, they set up many traps. The first obstacle was the peculiar 18 statues. However, compared to the Xia people's shamanic arts, Shashwan was more curious about the powers within the bone ornaments left behind by his ancestor. In the past, he only knew that the fire giant would appear during rituals, just like in the fire pit. However, right now it looked like the giant didn't just appear in the pit. The ancestor's power was more powerful than he could imagine. It was obvious from how it blocked the force as threatening as knives exuding from the statues. It was a battle between shamanic energies. Shashwan knew that if he stuck out till the end, he would be on the winning side. However, the consequences of forcing it would definitely be bad for everyone. As he looked at the round, shiny bead on his necklace, he wondered if he could borrow some power from it since the ornament contained power left behind by the first shaman. Not the kind that helped them find their way here, but the kind of power they had against the 18 statues. The ancestral ornaments could protect him from dangers. However, if he could control them at will, they could be more than that. Shashwan planned to test them. If it worked, that would be a huge support to him. He would be able to fare better against external threats. He got up from the stone bench, thinking about the energy changes in his body when he stepped past the bronze door. Shashwan focused on his power of inheritance. Harnessing the power of the ornaments was different from the totemic power he used during hunts. This required the power of inheritance. A blue flame shot out from the totemic fire. As the blue flame extended outwards, the totemic fire flickered too. The power of inheritance flowed through Shashwan until it reached his chest. All of his power was concentrated in one spot, like a vortex sucking in everything. With the feeding of the power of inheritance, flames shot out from the 4 ornaments. However, they were different from the previous flames. There were both blue and red flames now. The part of the ornament facing outside had redder flames. Shashwan was first shocked, then delighted. Although the flames were different from before, this was enough to prove that he was right. He could control its powers at will. Now that he was right, he could proceed. The power of inheritance flowed quicker across his body to his chest, then to the ornaments. The power of inheritance also triggered the appearance of his totemic patterns. However, the difference was that in the past, totemic patterns looked like flowing lava. This time, they had flames on them. He could clearly see flames dancing on his totemic patterns. As more power accumulated, the flames on the ornaments grew brighter and stronger, slowly wrapping around Shashwan. He could feel the gushing power of inheritance through him, as if bringing warmth across his entire being. It was not enough. This was not enough. It wasn't enough to form the flame giant. Shashwan once again increased the speed of the power of inheritance. Every blue flame grew thicker. All of them merged together and surged into the ornaments. The fire giant slowly came into shape, but it still wasn't up to his standards. It was far from the mighty giant at the bronze door. However, Shashwan felt helpless. He had already utilized all his totemic flames and yet he still could not trigger the same response in the ornaments. He didn't even feel like that when he was using the secret engraving techniques on Caesar years ago. Shashwan did not stop. He continued focusing power into the ornaments. If he was near his limit moments ago, right now he was at his limit. If this continued, he would use up all his power of inheritance in his totemic flame and it would take a long time to recover. Power of inheritance required a longer time to recover, unlike totemic power. However, so what if it was dried up? Shashwan still wanted to try. At this point, he noticed the outer shell of the totemic flame had grown brighter. It wasn't flickering anymore, it was shining steadily. Compared to this shell, the flames were dimmer. The blue flames from the totemic fire thickened once again, right now with white hot tips as they poked through the outer shell of light. The energy surge from these white games was like a wave crashing into the bone ornaments. Shashwan's blood vessels from his neck to his shoulders dilated, but he felt as if he was carrying the weight of a mountain. He could not take even a step forward. Every movement was difficult. The air around him grew thicker, yet it flowed quickly, like he was brewing a tornado. Shashwan himself was standing in the eye of the storm. The dense air currents brought with them a sense of destruction, and the first target was the stone bench behind him. Boom! The stone bench, unaffected by years of winds and battering, exploded into crumbs and powder. One of the pieces flew directly at the shiny bell. Clang! It was even louder than when Gong Jiaheng struck it, ringing across the valley. In the next moment, golden cloud patterns emerged on the mountain faces around the valley. The cloud patterns danced, then the echoes stopped suddenly. Shashwan felt an invisible force pressing on him, similar to when he faced the statues. Shashwan did not look around. It was difficult even to turn his neck now. It was a critical moment. The flame giant was not completely formed and not tall, just as tall as him. However, this was already extremely difficult for Shashwan. He had taken too much effort to make this. He was unwilling to give up now. However, he realized the looming threat did not make his job harder, instead supported his energy. When the ornaments sensed a threat, its protective qualities were awakened. However, not much energy flowed out, though it helped Shashwan enough to form a complete flame giant. Shashwan tried to walk but could not lift his legs, as if there were heavy weights tied to them. Moving was very difficult. He took a few breaths, focusing his strength in his legs and slowly lifting a foot. A simple act like walking was now a difficult task. He was already drenched in sweat just from lifting his foot from the ground. He took a small step, putting his foot back on the ground. Just like a normal walk, however, it was like a walk in slow motion. Lifting a foot then putting it down was difficult, like he was breaking through many obstacles just to move. Then, when his foot touched the ground, a surge of energy exploded underneath his foot. Boom! A dull rumble. Stones and pebbles flew, dust burst into a cloud. A circle of force, 10 meters in diameter, had formed with his foot in the center. The uneven ground with many pebbles was now flat. As the ground shook, bits of stones rolled and cracked down the mountains, falling onto the ground. On the mountain face, the golden cloud patterns flickered. This was a protective power left behind by the Xian. However, while it could stop the echoes of the bell, it could not fully suppress the sound of this explosion. He felt a stronger pressure on him. The power in the ornaments seemed like it was preparing to fight. However, most of its power was still coaxed by Shashwan, so it was not very strong yet. However, if this situation continued, Shashwan would lose control over it again. At least he had proven a point. There was no need to continue. He slowly retracted his power of inheritance, and the ornaments were no longer fed with power. The energies were retracted, while the flame giant turned into a ball of flames and disappeared into his bone ornaments. The cloud patterns around him disappeared back into the walls. Everything was calm once again. On the other side, Heng was reading ancestral records after entering Gongjia Mountain. He was so overwhelmed by emotion that he cried, his eyes burning with admiration. However, he heard something. Was it the sound of the bell ringing? The soundproofing here was good, so he wasn't sure if he heard something. When he stopped to listen again, there was nothing. Gong Jiaheng wondered if he had made a mistake. It must have been Shashwan. But didn't his elders say that outsiders could not make the bell ring? Or was that a misunderstanding? Shaking his head, Gong Jiaheng continued reading. Then, he felt the ground shake. Unless, did the kid force himself into the mountain? Chapter 416, The Writings on the Wall. When Shashwan retracted his power of inheritance, he immediately sat on the ground, panting. Controlling the ornaments had used up almost all the power of inheritance in him. He was exhausted, lacking even the energy to stand. That one step had taken up all his energy. Thank goodness there were no beasts or threats here. As long as Shashwan did not attack anything on purpose, the valley was still safe. The Xia shaman had set up a defense system here. However, even without this protection, Gongjia Mountain was still within Xia Valley. That was a dead place without even a rat, so there were no beasts. After regaining his breath, he moved his stiff, aching muscles and slowly stood up. He walked to nearby and plucked some fruits to eat. He needed some fruit to ease his thirst and hunger. These fruits didn't look like much, but they were juicy and crispy. It was refreshing to the soul, washing out the burning aches to his body. The injuries he sustained from overexerting his blood vessels and muscles were quickly repairing themselves. There was a type of grain growing nearby too. He didn't know what it was, but Gongjia Heng said the things here were edible. It must have been something the Xians planted. Since the Xia tribes separated and they all left, these grains were left to grow and reproduce on their own. Plus, every time a Xia person arrived, they would clean this place up. Shashwan ate many fruits. His hunger slowly subsided and the power of inheritance slowly returned. He didn't know how long it would take for him to fully recover. This time he had indeed pushed his limits, but he knew that in the future, he would be able to yield the totemic power and power of inheritance in his body at the same time. Compared to the past, he would be strong. He would have to wait for a full recovery to know if it was true. If it happened, that would be a good thing. Shashwan planned to train with the ornaments again. If he could wield its power, it would be of great help to the Flaming Horn tribe. There were all kinds of creepers growing on the walls of the mountains. Some bore fruit while some had blooming flowers. Some didn't, probably because they weren't in season. Shashwan walked over and plucked a fruit from the vines. It was a rare opportunity to visit this place. Of course he had to check out their local produce. As he plucked the fruit, the vine shook. He paused, then let go of the fruit to pull the leaves and vine apart to reveal the mountain wall behind. There were words. However, they were all different writings and in different sizes too. Since they were not cloud patterns, Shashwan could read them. He realized they were answers to problems these people had encountered. Shashwan skimmed through all of them to find the earliest writing. The person who carved the words shouldn't be a Xia. Apparently, this person had come here only to realize he was not allowed into Gongjia Mountain and almost got himself killed. The traps set by the Xia shaman were no jokes. Outsiders were not allowed in. After thinking for a long time, that person carved questions he never understood on the wall. He had faced problems when casting and forging bronzeware. He thought it might be a problem when he was smelting the ore. It had been a long time since this was carved. Perhaps casting and forging was not as common then as it was now. Very few people had mastered the art. This person had not been able to master it and could not find a Xia person to answer his questions. Somehow, he heard of Gongjia Mountain. Since this person was very determined and realized he lacked talent in this field, he decided to come here. He succeeded too. However, after carving his questions, he left. There were no more carvings left by this person. Finally, one day, a Xia person who arrived here saw the words on the mountain. He must have been in a good mood to carve his answer on the wall. The summary of what he meant was, first you must control the flames. Then, you have to take note of the smoke when you are melting the ore. There was a nonchalance to the writing. Reading the words was like meeting the person. While these words were carved, the writing looked so natural and was not choppy. Hidden in this handwriting was a deep internal power. The person who carved this must have been very strong. After the first person's answer, another Xia person must have arrived and seen the one question and one answer too. Out of amusement, he added to the other guy's answer. He made a more specific explanation. There are different colors of smoke during melting. First, dark and thin smoke that would rise as the temperature increased. Then, the smoke would turn yellow. The ore wasn't ready yet. The temperature had to rise more, until green-white smoke appeared. That meant the ore had completely melted. When the smoke was green, the metal was ready to be cast. The second person's words were neat. Every character was solemn and serious. They weren't as nonchalant as the previous guy's writing. Then, there was a third person who answered the question. He even gave the best ratios and timings for casting different wares. Bronzewares were not made purely of bronze. There were other materials sometimes too. Different tools also required different metal ratios to make suitable alloys. Shashwan took out a piece of animal skin and wrote down everything. There was a fourth answer. He confirmed what the previous guy said and then put down his opinion. During the melting process, he recommended adding a kind of beast's blood. This would make the bronzeware stronger. Bronzeware made like this would be light, yet strong enough to crack rock. He continued copying as if recording a miniature version of the wall on his scroll. He even copied their writing style too, especially the fourth guy. However, Shashwan did not recognize the characters used for the beast's name. They looked like punctuation marks to him. However, he copied them down all the same. He could always ask someone else later. As he read, someone started to rebut the previous answers. Perhaps out of respect to their ancestors, they did not curse, but there was one comment: how could impurities be inserted into precious wares? This person seemed very emotional when this was carved. Every character was carved deep, like this person could not wait to tell them what he thought. He thought it was horrendous that anyone would suggest adding blood into metal. Then, other people commented also talking about blood. They talked about adding foreign matter into products or obscure methods in making weapons. Someone even mentioned they once used human blood. Some people agreed, some disagreed. In the end, the last guy said, "My ancestors and elders, you all make sense. Wait for me. I'll test out all of them when I get back." There was nothing after that. The last guy didn't return. Not just this guy, even the rest. If not, there would have been further discussions. Although these people were respectful, they weren't like other tribes, thinking their ancestors were absolutely correct. Their craftsmanship was always improving and revamped because while they respected and were grateful towards their ancestors, they also believed in themselves. Shashwan did not know if the last guy succeeded, nor he didn't know, in the end, if he should add stuff into his metals or not. He recorded the 1,000-year-long debate on the wall carefully. When Zaya people were outside, they were very protective of their arts. They would never let outsiders know of their skills. However, here, the barrier was not present for them to discuss their arts like that. Perhaps they wanted descendants to admire them too. At the end of their answers, they even put down their names. It was a pity they all only commented one time. After this, none of them returned. He kept his stationery when he was done, rolling up his scroll. Shashwan rolled his shoulders, ate a few more fruits, then looked for a resting spot. The sky was darkening, plus he had used up a lot of energy today. He needed a good night's rest to quickly replenish the energy he lost. The night was chilly, but it did not bother him. He plucked a melon as his pillow and then fell asleep on the grass. Within Gongjia Mountain, Gongjia Heng was admiring the things his ancestors left behind. He had been reading through the night. During the day, there was some sunlight streaming in from transparent crystals, so he could read the words on the wall and the things previous prodigies and ancestors left behind. At night, he took out the glowing crystal Shashwan gave him and continued reading. When he snapped back to reality, his eyes were red. However, he was energetic as ever and couldn't wait to continue. Other than things left behind by the earliest ancestors, every Zaya person would leave behind their best work as an offering so future descendants could see their proudest work. The Zaya people were an impressive group. All of the things here were priceless treasures, something many Zaya people dream to have. Treasures. They were all treasures. Right now, these treasures were right in front of him. How could Gongjia Heng stay calm? However, he was a little angry. Also, there was Shashwan outside, the guy he was wary of. He had to go check on Shashwan or he would never rest well. Gongjia Heng had wanted to head out to check after yesterday's incident, but he was deeply immersed in the work and the movements stopped after a while. That was why he didn't leave. There was a pond in the middle of the mountain made from an underground spring. It was named the Ding Pond because the pond looked like a ding cauldron. The little stream outside came from this spring. The water in Ding Pond was clear and never dried up. There were even fish as big as a palm swimming in it. Gongjia Heng used some tools nearby to catch a few fish, then got up to leave. Chapter 417, The Origin of the Core Seed. When he arrived at the main hall, Gongjia Heng peered around cautiously. He did not see Shashwan. After studying everything carefully, he he realized that everything was just as before. The 18 bronze statues were all standing perfectly still, everything looked the same and the hidden traps and mechanisms were not triggered. Shashwan did not step inside at all. Gong Jiaheng heaved a sigh of relief, though his emotions were in turmoil. If it was another person with suspicious intentions, Gong Jiaheng would definitely do his best to kill him, relying on the powers within the mountain. However, while Shashwan was curious about the Zai arts, he was not greedy. Other people might attempt to force themselves inside while Gong Jiaheng was not present, perhaps even threaten him so he would hand over the treasures. Shashwan did not do such a thing. Plus, Shashwan had been of great help. Without Shashwan, he knew he might not find this place in another 20 years. Gong Jiaheng would remember this favor. However, Shashwan was just a peculiar dude. Gong Jiaheng touched the dense stubble on his cheeks. What happened when Shashwan stepped in was still fresh in his mind. That was terrifying. However, as long as Shashwan did not force himself inside, Gong Jiaheng was still very willing to make friends with him. Holding the fish in his hand, Gong Jiaheng stood at the door and looked around. There was a crater 10-meter wide before him. It was very shallow, about 1 palm deep. However, the entire crater was very smooth, like someone had shaved a piece of the earth with a knife. This crater had not been here before. This Gong Jiaheng was sure because he would definitely remember it. When he thought about the earthquake he felt when he was in the mountain, Gong Jiaheng panicked again. What the hell happened when he was inside? As he searched for Shashwan, Shashwan was sleeping on the ground with a white melon as a pillow. When he sensed someone approaching, he woke. They were familiar footsteps, so he did not attack. "You're out?" Shashwan yawned. "Must be nice sleeping here." "Sweet dreams?" mused Gong Jiaheng, seeing Shashwan sleeping so soundly. "I dreamt of your ancestors," said Shashwan. Hee hee. Gong Jiaheng did not take him seriously. He didn't believe it at all. Shashwan did not elaborate either. He cut open the melon he had used as a pillow and offered half to Heng. "This melon is delicious. Can I take some seeds back and plant them?" "You won't be able to plant them. They only grow here." "I heard many people had brought seeds back before. They didn't even germinate," said Heng. "Then I can only eat them here." Shashwan thought it was a pity. When he saw the fish, he asked, "Where did you get the fish from?" "There was a pond in the mountain. I got the fish from the pond." "We can eat this later." Shashwan looked at the few fish in Heng's hand. He hadn't seen these before. These fish had green stripes on them. Fish would definitely be better than fruits and melons. "Finished reading your stuff?" asked Shashwan. "No, I was just about to talk to you about it." Heng wiped his mouth. "I might stay here for a while." "If you can't stay, you can just return. When I finish learning the skills here, I will look for you at the Flaming Horn tribe. I'll bring a few weapons I made myself." "There's ore here?" asked Shashwan. "There's a tunnel leading to mining locations in the mountain. You outsiders won't be able to enter." So there was a core seed here. Shashwan believed Gong Jiaheng too. If it was that easy to access the core seed ore, then there would have been hundreds of outsiders coming here. However, not a single person managed to remove the core seed over thousands of years. This meant it had its protection. Shashwan did not have the capabilities to steal it. "I saw 2 words I don't recognize." He drew the 2 characters he saw on the ground using his sword. As he wrote, Gong Jiaheng's expression turned odd. "Where did you see this?" he asked. Shashwan pointed at the face of the cliff where the carvings were. Gong Jiaheng's eye twitched. He almost jumped. "How's that possible?" Shashwan walked to the face of the cliff and pulled the leaves apart. He pointed at the characters he didn't recognize. "Here." Gong Jiaheng's face twitched. He wanted to be mad but couldn't. In the end, he let out a long sigh and a bitter smile. "I didn't know. Tell me what these words mean first." "This isn't from the inside of the mountain. It's in broad daylight outside here. Plus outsiders carved here too," said Shashwan. Heng squatted on the ground and plucked a leaf from the creepers. He chewed on the leaf and after a moment, finally replied, "Those aren't 2 words. That's 1 word. It means green fangs. This was recorded in our ancestral records. It's a character invented by our ancestor. No wonder he couldn't recognize it. He thought he was just not exposed to enough words. He hadn't expected it to be a word invented by the Zai ancestors. Your ancestors are impressive, said Shashwan. Ha ha ha, I think so too. Gong Jiaheng let out a chuckle of delight, but it soon faded. Initially, I thought things like that would only be hidden inside the mountain. I didn't know they'd carve it outside too. The green-faced fanged beast is a type of fearsome beast. It's not large, its face is green and has thick skin. It has hooves but no horns, and 2 long canines. It often roams the mountains. Although they look fierce and are very aggressive, plus they attack other animals, they are actually herbivores. Gong Jiaheng spoke as he made a few strokes on the ground. They were just very simple sketches he saw in the records. The records were very simple too. However, after that people proved that the blood of a worm that eats rock is many times more effective than the green-faced fanged beast. But that worm is very rare. Regular worms won't work. They have to be of the fearsome beast family. Stone worms? Shashwan was familiar with it. I think so. Different places have different names for it. Gong Jiaheng read the debate on the face of the cliff. A lot of secrets were written on it. Even the best timing to add the blood was written there. Gong Jiaheng would have probably torn the wall down if he could. Could they really reveal secrets like that? However, since they were left behind by his ancestors, it was not appropriate for him to destroy the carvings too. He hesitated. However, as he thought about it, his people had mastered the arts. They were not afraid if outsiders mastered the same art. The quality of the products would still be far from what the Zaya people could produce. Gong Jiaheng felt guilty about it too. He had a lot to learn from his ancestors in terms of both the arts and his attitude. When he realigned his perspective, he was a lot calmer when he read the words on the wall. He even left a comment and carved his name in the end. Shashwan learned a lot from the discussion. In addition to the current skills Etzi had, he was confident that he could forge his own bronze wares with ore. He wasn't sure about the quality though. Where did the core seeds come from? Asked Shashwan. Gong Jiaheng didn't know before this either. However, he read about it in the ancestral records yesterday. Since it was not a secret, he replied, the core seed comes from beyond the heavens. Beyond the heavens? Shashwan exclaimed. Yeah, more than 2,000 years ago, the core seeds arrived and were separated in different parts of the world. In the beginning, many people worshipped them as magical objects. However, after that, more and more people from the tribes that owned a core seed died. So everyone then treated the core seeds as evil objects, symbols of death. They tossed the core seeds far away, but when he spoke, there was pride in his eyes. There was a core seed near our Zaya village too. However, we were different from other tribes. We discovered the secret of the core seed. It was not an evil object. It was a priceless treasure that could change the world. The rise of the Zaya tribe came from the core seed. They were the first to discover its uses and started to forge bronze wares. Other tribes started to trade with them. At the same time, the Great Six also started to collect core seeds and also mastered the core seeds. Since then, wars started and spread across the mainland. In the Zai ancestral records, it was named the War of the Core Seed. In the history of the mainland, there were 2 significant events. The first one involved the fire seed. After that, the tribe's fire pit no longer had the fire seed. The second event involved the core seed. After that, the Great Six became powerful and controlled most of the core seeds. Other smaller tribes could only make do with what little they had. After that, the Ji tribe conquered the other 5 tribes and called themselves Hong. The cities were slowly built. They had many slaves working under them, so they were also called slave masters. The chief of the Ji tribe was now lord of a city. However, to the Zaya people, this was not relevant to them. They had immersed themselves into the art of casting and forging. The Great Six did not come looking for trouble, instead heavily rewarding the Zaya people for helping them make gold wares. Under the temptation of rewards, many Zaya people left. After that, due to the change in terrain and the core seed, the Zaya River dried up and became the Zaya Valley. Over time, under the influence of the core seed, It became a dead valley and a maze. The Zai ancestors had to leave this place for the survival of their tribe. Before they left, they created Gongjia Mountain and drew all the cloud patterns that hid the secrets of their people so their descendants would not forget about this place. Generations upon generations, every Zaya person who arrived here would offer their proudest product here. It was a sacred place for them. Slowly, this place accumulated a wealth of treasures. That was because all the Zaya people put all their most unique and best work inside. The first Zaya people who created bronze wares did not belong to the Great Six. The Zaya tribe was also a distance away from the cities. They became more and more dispersed, so bringing the people together became more and more difficult. Shashwan privately sighed. This was the difference between a tribe that emphasized on politics and a tribe that focused on mastering a craft. When Hang finished, he felt ashamed that he had no personal secret technique or craft that he could offer to this place. All he could do was leave an offering in the form of some bronzeware here after he learned the skills. That is why I have to stay a little longer. Shashwan, what are your plans? I'll probably leave in a few days. Hang nodded. Once I master the skills, I'll visit you at Flaming Horn. Also, what happened to the crater there? I took a step and it happened. Gongjia Hang was speechless. You'd better leave, or you'd destroy this place sooner or later. A while after Gongjia Hang entered the mountain, Shashwan walked to a spot in the valley. He wasn't lying when he said he dreamt of the Zai ancestors. Chapter 418, Shashwan of Flaming Horn. Last night, while Shashwan was asleep, he saw many people in his dream. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly, he was sure he didn't know any of them. He saw someone carving words on the face of the cliff. The first person looked very defeated, carving the first line. Then, there were people who came and merely read the writings, while the rest took out their knives to carve a comment. Some looked serious, others were proud. Other than this wall, there were other people carving words on other parts of the mountain too. There were two carvings that had the most people visiting them. One was the discussion about forging and casting that he had read about. The other one was, Shashwan approached another wall according to what he saw in his dream last night. There were many plants here. The vines were so thick they covered the entire wall. He carefully cut off the vines to reveal the words underneath. However, the difference was that the earliest line of words was written using some color pigment. He didn't know what pigment it was that could penetrate into the stone and still remain so clear after so long. The writings were all sharp and clear. It was obvious these people were proud. I have observed the life and death of plants, the waters and the rocks. I have watched the skies and the lands prosper and wither. Today, I have understood the changes in the core seed. I am here to learn. What the guy implied was, I am here to be a party pooper. On the left of the sentence were a few rings drawn on the wall. The ring patterns were very complex. The distance between the centers of the rings were different. Shashwan liked it a lot. While Shashwan did not understand the labels, he could read the words written later. One was bronze, another was tin, so the other rings represented other metals. His heartbeat quickened as he read it. This was his first time so close to the secret of the core seed. Gongjia Hang merely talked about historical events. This was the direct truth. So the core seed could cause changes within rocks. The people who worked with the core seed used the principles to generate ore. According to this Yi tribe person here, he could tell which ring an ore belonged to if you gave him a random piece. He could even tell you what ore was best for forging what wares. At the back, he signed off as Yiku. This Yiku was from the Yi tribe. His writings gave Shashwan a deep understanding of how the core seed brought changes to the rocks and their final forms, which metal was for what, the ratio of alloys for different products, etc. All of them were listed out with their formulas too. However, the formulas were derived from the ring diagram and Shashwan couldn't understand it for the moment. He had to admit this person from the Yi tribe was a genius. He thought the Yi people were just famous for divination, but he didn't know they were this advanced and intelligent. After Yiku, there was a reply written by a Zaya person. Compared to the complicated diagrams from before, this person wrote the simple word, bullshit. This word was directly carved on the wall. Very large too. It was carved deep, obvious that the person was not in a good mood. They must have been frustrated because they couldn't understand it. However, There was another Yi person who wrote with a similar color pigment. After the Xia person's comment, he wrote, "I am deeply inspired by my dear elder's words." This elder the person referred to was Yiku. He even wrote his inspirations, which was an upgraded version of the ring diagram. The rings were closer together and each ring was of different thicknesses. There were many lines on the diagram for more accurate calculations. After this picture, there was another line. "These are my findings." As for the Xia's comment above, he must be uninformed. "I am too embarrassed to comment on this matter." There was another Xia person who came to comment on the upgraded version of the formulas and diagram. Just as the other Xia person, his comment was simple: "This is all bullshit." They did not understand the first diagram. Of course they wouldn't understand the upgraded version of it. But this did not stop them from mocking the Yi people. After that, there were debates between Yi and Xia people, for example on the ratios of the metals, the best mining season, etc. However, one side reasoned using theory while the other relied on actual experience. The Xia people's main values involved having actual experience and practice. They had a natural talent in casting and forging, far exceeding other tribes. Talent and consistency created very impressive products. On the other hand, the Yi people were intelligent and sensitive to numbers and divination, always making calculations. They could calculate the ratio of bronze and tin in an alloy up to 10 decimal points. One emphasized on real-life experience, the other on theory. One loved physical activity, the other encouraged mental exercises. One Xia person said, "Yi people like beating around the bush. They think they can change the world if they move their lips." A Yi person rebutted, "This is called rigor. It is where true capability lies." Xia, dear Yi people, quit daydreaming or you'll go insane. Move your hands. You're all as thin as chickens. Can you even hold a hammer? A Yi person scoffed, "I'm smart. I'm so much more powerful than you idiots banging your hammers. We only need to use our brain to squash you all. No matter what, we are one of the great six. We are more superior compared to the scattered, weak Xia people. Xia, we are willing to sacrifice entire lifetimes to devote ourselves to the art of craftsmanship. We are able to utilize the core seed to its full potential, changing the world. What can you all do? You think you're so smart because you can draw circles? Such a waste. Absolute idiots. It's no wonder you were all conquered by the Ji tribe. Go back to observing the life and death of plants, the waters and the rocks. Shashwan almost died from laughter as he read their debate. He took out a scroll and copied everything down. There was a lot of useful information in this. Not just the complicated formulas and diagrams drawn by the Yi people but also the little details revealed in the debate. For example, the Yi people were physically weaker. They had the core seed but were not good at forging. They mostly relied on theories and calculations. Also, there was information on the Xia people's history that Gong Jiaheng hadn't mentioned. The argument mentioned techniques related to casting and forging. They were all very useful tricks, so Shashwan copied every word down. Shashwan had just witnessed a war of words spanning 1,000 years. The other wall could still be considered a scientific debate. While they were passionate people, they were mostly Xia people answering. The words used were a lot calmer. As for this part, if the people were physically here, spit would be flying everywhere. Shashwan had understood the origins of the core seed, plus its uses. He also learned about the distribution of metals and techniques for forging. They were all recorded in his animal skin scroll. He remembered people putting stonewares around the core seed in the desert. Different stonewares would affect the core seed differently too. Shashwan had to look for more answers on this aspect. Shashwan went looking for other walls but the carvings were all very casual. They were mostly by outsiders and useless. Most of them were to express the person's frustrations. They had been through so much hardship to arrive here, just to be stopped outside the Gongjia mountain. He wanted to destroy this place but could not fight against the protective properties here. In general, Shashwan was still very satisfied with the knowledge he received from this trip. During the next few days, while restoring his power of inheritance, he dug up all the useful things in the valley and also spent his time studying the complicated diagrams left behind by the Yi people. It didn't matter if they were by the Yi or Xia people, They were all useful. Shashwan probably could merge their principles, merging theory and practical, and his casting skills should improve a lot. Gong Jiaheng occasionally came out, though he was often in a hurry. He would pluck some fruits and then, as if he was in a daze, he'd enter again. He ignored everything else in the outside world. Shashwan once noticed his arm jerked while plucking fruit. The fruit was squashed into pulp, but he did not notice. This man was too immersed in his world. 10 more days passed. Shashwan felt most of his power of inheritance restored. He planned to try triggering the power within his ornaments once again. To avoid creating too many craters, he planned to attempt again in the same crater. This time, since he already had experience, he was more familiar with the process. Borrowing the pressure coming from the Xia shaman's powers, he moved the power of inheritance within him to the ornaments so the flame giant appeared again. Shashwan tried walking, but like before, he could not move much other than take a small step. Then, the crater that was originally 10 meters wide, 1 palm deep, was now 20 meters wide and half a meter deep. Before he left, Shashwan wrote a line of words along the wall of the crater, going in a circle. Thank you to the elders who have visited Gongjia Valley. This trip has been bountiful. Shashwan of Flaming Horn, Chapter 419, Fat Duck. Shashwan stayed another 10 days in Gongjia Valley. He only left when the power of inheritance within him was almost completely restored. Before he left, he bowed toward the valley. Although he did not know the people who left the words, and perhaps these people had long died, since he had made copies of their writings, he should pay them some respect. He plucked a leaf and left a note for Gong Jiaheng. Then, he planned to leave the valley. There was no use staying here. He could feel a strong sense of non-belonging here. There was no echo when he hit the bell. All its echoes would be muffled by the valley. It did not like outsiders. Shashwan initially planned to return by the same path, but he realized he couldn't open the door that Gong Jiaheng had pushed open. Should he blast it open by force? He wasn't sure if it would trigger some reaction. However, while the entrance could not be opened, he noticed another opening in another part of the valley. The door of this opening seemed to have merged into the mountain. There were so many creepers and plants covering it. If it hadn't opened on its own, Shashwan wouldn't have found it. There was a dark tunnel inside, similar to the one they used when they came. It didn't seem like it was a dead end. Although there was a lingering smell of rot, it was not strong. There were other smells here too. After some thought, he took a step inside to leave this place. He took out the crystal for some light. As he walked, he studied the carvings on the walls around. In the past, people had used this tunnel too. There were markings made on purpose to prevent them from getting lost at the forks in front. However, Shashwan realized there were no forks. He just felt that this tunnel was curved. Not sure where this tunnel led to. There were small holes at the top of the tunnel. Not sure where they led to, and no light streamed in. He just felt air flowing through these holes. He continued walking. When he reached the light at the end of the tunnel, he realized he was no longer in Gongjia Valley. Behind him was a huge mountain range. In front of him was a green forest. He did not see Xia Valley, a place that reeked of death. It was as if he had stepped into another world. This was not the forest he was familiar with. Gong Jiaheng had not brought him to a place like this before. This forest was very foreign to him. When he stepped out of the tunnel, he heard a sound. The hole had sealed off automatically. The door merged with its surroundings with no crevices. If he hadn't seen the door, he wouldn't have known there was a tunnel here. Shashwan looked at the sun in the sky to pinpoint his direction and location. He wasn't too far away. However, it was still a long way to his initial path. He walked into the forest. There was no need to worry about food. There were sounds of birds and insects, but he did not see a single flying insect or bird. There were no insects crawling in the bushes either. He continued walking ahead. The insect and bird sounds grew louder. The trees' trunks here were not thick. The leaves swayed in the wind and he could hear the calls of birds and insects. Shashwan watched carefully, looking for flying birds. His gaze fell on the trees. The sounds weren't from birds, it was the trees. As for the insect sounds, they came from the grass. Especially when the breeze blew, he could hear both the sounds of birds and insects. rising and falling. This is a peculiar forest indeed. Just like the previous patch of forest, there were illusions here too. There were factors that would cause someone to get lost. However, he successfully passed through the other one. He would get out of this one too. After walking for 2 hours, he realized he still hadn't left the forest, nor was he back to the same spot. However, he had a feeling he hadn't even traveled far from his starting point. Shashwan plucked a blade of grass and tested it. The grass was flexible, similar to the grass he could make knots on. He decided to use this for a reading. The first reading was a failure. The second reading was also a failure. The grass would break not long after he began. The problem wasn't with the grass. Shashwan felt like he could not focus at all. If he could not focus, the surge of energy would not be in proper sequence. Hence the probability of failure would be high. During the reading, the insect and bird noises seemed to grow louder and more annoying. He could barely calm his mind down. If he wanted to conduct a reading, he would have to get away from all the noise. Shashwan set up a trap around him. He would be alerted of any beast or person that approached this way. After setting up everything, he shut off his hearing to separate himself from the world. He closed his eyes and did another reading. This time, it was so much easier. When he looked at the final knot, with his hearing still sealed off, he walked in a direction. He did not look around, merely walking straight ahead. When he walked out of this peculiar forest, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Lifting the hearing block, he heard noises made by birds and beasts. They weren't the repetitive, pure noises from the previous forest. Here, there were all kinds of animals, plus the rustling of the tree leaves. There must be a waterfall nearby too because he could hear flowing water. Everything was back to normal. This was a normal forest. Although there could be threats in a forest like fierce beasts, peculiar plants, he felt more relaxed. A forest should be like that. He washed his face at the waterfall, hunted an unfortunate wild boar for a meal. After some rest, he decided to continue walking. There were not many fearsome beasts here. In fact, there were few animals. He had taken a while to find that boar. The birds here were not active too. He saw one or two occasionally, but they weren't the flocks of birds he was used to. This was a relatively quiet forest, perhaps because this place was still near the Zaya Valley. That's why there were few animals here. No matter what, it was not a good place to stay for long. He planned to leave as soon as possible. A bird with bright green feathers flew past him. There was a leaf-shaped pattern around its eyes, making it look like an eye patch. Based on its behavior, it looked like a fat duck. The bright green bird stopped on a tree about 30 meters away from Shashwan. It turned its neck to look at him. Goo-goo, quack. The bird made a very weird noise. When it saw that Shashwan did not move, it flew down from the tree and landed on the water. Retracting its wings, it paddled in the water, occasionally dipping its head into the water. It paddled hard to a quieter area, swimming around. It sometimes even pecked a small fish out of the water, swallowing with its head facing up. Shashwan had to admit a fat duck was tempting in a place with so few animals. However, Shashwan did not attack immediately. When the duck landed on the tree, Shashwan's sharp eyes noticed the sharp, hook-like claws. They gripped the branch tightly. However, he also saw webbing between its toes that opened the moment it landed in the water. A swimming bird with claws as sharp as a fierce beast. It was not as unassuming as it looked. However, it was still a fat duck swimming back and forth in front of Shashwan as if to say, "Come, eat me." Shashwan picked up a pebble and threw it at the duck. The duck seemed to be ready. When Shashwan moved, it immediately opened its wings and sprinted across the water's surface by quickly paddling its webbed claws. Water splashed behind it, leaving a trail. Then, it spread its wings to fly and the webbing contracted. All that was left behind were claws as sharp as an eagle's. When it left the water, it did not fly upwards immediately. It merely fluttered among the trees, flying occasionally. It looked like it was too fat to fly. Shashwan quickly chased after it. However, just as he was about to catch it, the duck sped up like it had a booster attached to it, quacking as it fluttered its wings. The tree trunks around them were very thick. It would take more than 20 people to hug this tree around its circumference. There were very few birds and animals. This fluttering, Bright green duck was too obvious. Shashwan chased after the duck. With his abilities, he could have caught it very quickly, but he was not in a hurry. He maintained a distance behind the duck, watching as it quacked and quacked. When it stopped, he stopped too. The duck stood on a branch about 17 meters in the air, pecking at its feathers. It looked at Shashwan, as if it was very curious. Quack! The duck cried again, spreading its wings and shaking its flesh. Shashwan did not look at it, ignoring its reckless cries and shaking. His gaze swept across the forest, one hand tightly gripping his sword. The fat duck stopped crying and the entire forest seemed to become very quiet. There was just the rustling of leaves. He heard the cries of other animals, but they were very far. At this moment, a dark silhouette suddenly rushed out from among the trees. A blade flashed in the light as it slashed in front of him cruelly. The slash was so strong it created a sharp blade of air heading towards Shashwan. At the same time, on the other side, another dark silhouette appeared. This one had no weapons, but their arms wielded solid power. The wind roared with the appearance of such a powerful force. Both people approached threateningly. Shashwan could instinctively sense danger and he was already prepared before they appeared. He did not face their attack head-on, sprinting straight ahead instead. The sword that was slashed at him left a cut in the ground. Soil and grass flew. The other person did not express disappointment, despite the sword not hitting its intended target. Working with the other person, both of them chased after Shashwan together. There was an aura of mischief and danger. Chapter 420, Robbery. "Hey kid, give us the things you found at Gongjia Mountain," roared one of the people behind him. "If you give them to us, we will let you live." The other guy punched something and Shashwan could hear loud, explosive thuds. It was a show of strength. Shashwan ignored them, sprinting ahead. "You won't be able to run from us," yelled one of them. Although he sounded worried, from his expression, one could tell that he was in a hurry at all. Instead, he had a cunning smirk as he watched Shashwan's back. The fat duck on the branch moved its claws. It liked being on a branch when it was startled. It flew up again, perched on a higher branch to get away from the battle below. However, its beady eyes were still glued to the scene, craning its neck as if it did not want to miss the show. In the direction where Shashwan was running, behind a thick tree trunk, was a person waiting quietly behind. Although he had climbed up to 5 meters above the ground, as if he was an insect, he made no sound. At this moment, this person listened as movement approached him. Cruel mischief flashed across his eyes. Between his fingers was an array of bronze blades as long as his palm but extremely thin. Cold light glinted off their tips. Soon, the target was close by. The person behind the tree trunk licked his lips as if he could already smell fresh blood. He just had to wait for the target to trigger a trap he had already set. Then sharp bones he had ground himself would shoot out. Then the target would be nailed to death. There was only one blind spot for this trap, which was where he was hiding. Everywhere else was covered with bone spikes. He listened to the movement. The target was approaching, still running, jumping. He jumped. The person leaning against the tree trunk sensed danger. His pupils constricted and he shuddered. A chill spread from his spine to his brain. He almost lost his balance on the trunk, almost falling off the tree. His heart raced. He wanted to peek around the tree, but the target was moving too quickly and too suddenly. He had no time to react when he heard a rain of sounds. Crack! The tree trunk shook vigorously. The vibrations traveled to every twig, every leaf. The tree's leaves flew off the tree like a blizzard, covering the entire ground. No one expected the target of their robbery, a prey that was supposed to pass this area and trigger the trap, to jump. He didn't just jump, he even kicked the tree trunk so hard the thick trunk cracked. The sudden, explosive vibrations were passed to the person leaning against the trunk. He spat a mouthful of blood. The tree trunk could not bear the force of the kick. Splinters and wood flew in the air, wooden chips crumbling into powder. The large tree, with its dense leaves, collapsed onto the ground. The ground shook. Within the forest, even birds and animals far away were startled enough to escape far away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The collapsed tree and the scattered branches and leaves triggered the hidden traps. The sharp bone spikes hidden among the trees shot out from all directions. Some shot at the tree trunk, Others landed in the bushes. The person who was shaken off the tree quickly dodged the spikes midair. Although he could block off many using a branch, he did not dodge them all. He was shot several times, landing hard on the ground. Blood splattered on the grass. Some plants that looked like bean sprouts lifted their heads and opened their mouths, drinking the blood greedily. The fat duck perched high up in the tree was extremely startled, fluttering over to rest in another tree. It wanted to leave but it hesitated. Then, it decided to stay and watch. The person chasing after Shashwan's smirk hardened. It was as if his face had been smashed with a hammer. All signs of glee were shattered. He did not have time to think or check on his friend behind the tree trunk. He didn't check if the other guy was injured. They just looked at the young man whom they thought would be an easy target. How could he kick a tree so hard like that? It was as if he saw through all their traps. They had robbed many people here too. Every time they saw someone intimidating, they would stay far away. When they met someone easy, they would rob the victims. They lacked the capability to arrive at Gongjia Mountain, so all they could do was take advantage of those who had already made it to the place. When they heard that there were two people heading towards the mountain, and one of them was a Zaya, they planned a robbery once again. They heard Zaya people had a higher chance of making it into the mountain. However, after waiting for so long, they finally saw one person, and this person wasn't even the Zaya guy. It was the young man who traveled with the Zaya guy. If they had met the Zaya person, they would have been more cautious because the Zayas had secret weapons they did not know how. However, since this was just a regular young man, they did not hesitate to release their bait, luring the young man here. This person had come out from Gongjia Mountain. He must have some treasure on him. However, they didn't expect the situation to escalate like this. After a life of robbing and surviving in the forest, they had many close brushes with death. They had met all kinds of people, some of them difficult to defeat. However, this situation was the most unexpected. This kid saw through their entire plan. The more terrifying part was his physical strength. He snapped such a thick tree trunk in half with just one kick. While there were many people who could break a tree, not many could do it so effortlessly in one kick. They were not as strong as this guy too. When they looked at the collapsed tree, they found the tree bare. All the leaves had fallen off with the vibration. They had no time for surprise because they realized their target had turned around immediately after the kick, charging at them at lightning speed. Both people charged at Shashwan too. The distance between them all shortened in the blink of an eye. Two forces of power were hurtling themselves at each other. Shashwan raised his sword, parrying his opponent's blade. The impact of the two swords was so strong that the person felt his arm go numb. The skin between his thumb and his index finger broke. 2 feet planted firmly in the ground were suddenly not. He was almost thrown upwards. They were both of similar height. This kid did not look more muscular than them. Perhaps not as strong as the other person waving his fists. However, this kid whom they had planned to rob almost killed him in a second. What the fuck? When the two swords were forced apart, Shashwan felt a gush of air from a fist next to him. He did not dodge, facing the fist with his own. The totemic power within him surged like 10,000 horses. After attempting to activate the bone ornaments twice, his power of inheritance had been restored as strong as ever. He was even more adept in shifting his totemic power. The totemic pattern on his body was ablaze, as if they could set the whole place on fire. The totemic patterns on his shoulder extended down to his fist. The other person was very confident too. This kid could kick a tree? Well, he could too. That kick was nothing to him. However, when both fists touched each other, he realized he underestimated his opponent. Was this man or beast? Crack crack crack. The other person's arm sounded like the branches snapping on the tree that collapsed. Bone shattered in his arm. That was not the end. Shashwan retracted his fist and hurled himself at his opponent. The other person wanted to retreat but could not move in time. There was a dull thud as he flew backwards. Many parts of his body split open and blood sprayed out. This was not over. There was another guy. The person wielding the sword witnessed 2 of his partners incapacitated. He knew this was going to be a tough one, so there was no time to breathe. When Shashwan punched the other guy, his sharp sword was already flying at Shashwan, bringing with it a blade of wind. The sword in Shashwan's hand twisted like a dragon, raising to his left in one moment. Clang! The sharp reverberations of metal on metal echoed. The other person used the momentum from the collision to retreat quickly. That blow had failed and he knew he would never get another opportunity to hit Shashwan again. He had to leave. Shashwan's legs moved and he was now just a shadow moving at incredible speed. The sword in his hand waved in the air, extended towards the person who was running away. The sword glinted in an arc midair. The other person's footsteps stopped abruptly, disbelief in his eyes, and his eyes lost focus. A gush of red liquid sprayed out of the back of his neck. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. Grass flew. Shashwan lifted a solid piece of soil from the ground and threw it in a direction. Quack! There was a shriek and a bright green silhouette fell from midair. Shashwan walked over and trapped the struggling duck's wings. He tied it up using some straw rope, then tossed it aside. Then, he walked towards the tree he had kicked down. There was one person under a branch, bleeding. When he walked over, the totemic patterns on this person's body that looked like snakes slowly disappeared. He twitched and then died. Shashwan thought it was weird. This person wasn't crushed by a trunk, and the thorns had not hit any vital parts. Why did he die? When he kicked the tree away, Shashwan flipped the guy over with his sword and noticed that the wounds were green-purple, where the thorns coated with poison. Shashwan looked at the little plants on the ground that looked like bean sprouts. Those were the poisonous culprits. The 3 people had been dealt with. There was no one else around. Shashwan approached the duck and lifted it by its neck. Should I roast or boil you? Chapter 421. Black eats black. Shashwan knew it was not a wild bird the moment he saw it. Shashwan had seen the birds in the tribe and Chaka. He knew what that look in its eyes meant, especially when the bird was swimming around in the water. The look in its black beady eyes told Shashwan that it had some sneaky plan. In the beginning, Shashwan wanted to follow this duck to see who was nearby. However, when he arrived, he realized the other party was not friendly at all. He knew that there was a trap ahead. Other people might not know, but he could tell because he had set these traps before too. Maintaining a distance, he was confident that he could escape if an attack happened. However, when the other party revealed themselves, he changed his mind. He first dealt with the hidden guy and his trap, using this blow to strike fear in the rest of them. At the same time, he wanted to know the difference in his totemic power after activating the ornaments twice. Right now, the robbers were killed, and the fat duck that lured him here was trapped in his hand. The bright green duck's eyes flashed. It wanted to quack, but because he held it by its neck, all it could do was squawk an odd note. It was obvious that it understood what Shashwan said. It was panicking. I will ask you a few questions. If you give me satisfactory answers, I'll let you go, said Shashwan, glaring at the duck in his hand. Its wings were trapped. The duck kicked its claws and nodded. Shashwan moved the hand on its neck slightly but was still cautious. If this duck decided to peck him the moment he let go, Shashwan would break its neck without hesitation. At least this duck was smart. It did not peck him. It looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Are there more of them? Said Shashwan. There was a pause. It nodded. How many? The duck froze. It did not know how to count. It was merely capable of answering yes or no questions. As for how many, to the duck, 1 was the same as 10. When he looked at the duck, Shashwan knew he wouldn't be able to get an answer. Bring me there. The duck kicked its feet, indicating that it could not walk. Shashwan looped some rope around its neck and released its wings. With a long rope as a leash, he said, lead the way. The duck shuddered. It wasn't used to having a leash, but it still led the way and caused no trouble. However, its eyes kept darting around as it thought of a way to escape. When he passed the collapsed tree, he realized the person who died under the tree had turned a peculiar green-black. It was terrifying, plus there was a pungent smell coming from the body. Shashwan's gaze swept across the poisonous little plants. He planned to return to study these plants after dealing with the rest of the people. A poison that could kill a totemic warrior was no ordinary poison. The duck was quite cooperative too. It did not bring Shashwan through a dangerous region on purpose, even deliberately taking a route to avoid hidden traps. Shashwan's impression of the duck seemed to change. This duck did not seem to have a good relationship with this bunch of people. After seeing Shashwan kill 3 of them, it did not seem angry either. While it was still thinking of a way to escape, it still brought Shashwan back to their base, leading him through the safest route. It did not seem to care that Shashwan was there to cause trouble. It seemed to be happy with this. After walking a bit, he noticed evidence of human activity here. There were cooked bones thrown in the bushes. It looked like human bones. The duck waddled faster, swaying as it led Shashwan in a direction. It could have cried out at this moment to alert the people inside, but it did not. Shashwan looked at a wooden treehouse not far away. There was all sorts of creepers and branches on the house, camouflaging it in a patch of green. Underneath the tree was some bones and burnt charcoal. There was someone in the house. After listening, he deduced that there was only one person. He could not sense how strong this person was. This person was muttering. Then there were chopping sounds. After he was certain that there was no one around, Shashwan tied the fat duck to a tree nearby. He did not care if it chewed on the rope either. Also, if the duck wasn't quacking now, it would not later. Shashwan quietly climbed the tree and arrived on the treehouse. There was an old man with a hunched back. He was as thin as a matchstick and seemed mentally ill. He kept muttering angrily to himself. Next to him was some cut meat, not sure what meat. When he sensed movement, the old man turned around. "You're all back. Who are you?" When he saw the stranger, the old man looked cautious. His eyes glinted as he weighed the difference in their physical strength. He wondered what happened to the three who had left and when they would return. However, after regarding Shashwan, there was fear in his eyes. "You? Why are you here? You know me?" Shashwan walked into the house, looking at the old man. There were skills hanging around the house, human skulls with traces of injuries from sharp weapons. No, I don't know you." The old man quickly denied. The sword in Shashwan's hand flashed and it pried the axe out of the old man's hand. With the tip of the sword, he pointed at the old man. "You're alone here?" There are three more." The old man answered shakily, his neck retracting to his shoulders when his axe was gone. "How do you know me?" Shashwan asked again. "I don't know you." When he saw the tip of the blade approach, the old man panicked and let out a shriek. He collapsed on the ground, hugging his head. "I really don't know you. I just heard that their target this time is a young man with a sword. That's why Tell me where you're all from," said Shashwan, dragging a wooden stool over as he sat down. The old man looked up in fear, eyeing the door and then Shashwan. "What happened to the other three?" "Dead." The old man shuddered, absolutely terrified. When he looked at Shashwan to see that he looked impatient, he quickly said, "If I tell you, will you let me live?" Shashwan slashed a wooden stool nearby in half. Both halves burst apart and hit the wall. The loud thud scared the old man so much he shuddered again. Shashwan retracted his sword and pointed the wooden floor in front of the old man. Calmly, he said, "If you speak, you'll have a chance to live. If you don't, I can only send you to meet your friends." The old man looked up in panic, then hung his head again. I'll tell you everything." The old man's body shook hard. Stuttering, he told him about their origins. This was a person who feared death. Not much effort was needed to get him to tell Shashwan everything. He had planned to keep some secrets, but after Shashwan scared him again, he stopped thinking and just kept begging Shashwan to show him mercy. This old man had been banished to exile by a tribe in the forest because he had poisoned and killed someone in the tribe. Then, he stole gemstones from the tribe to trade with a slave master. He had planned to escape far away with his treasure. However, he had been targeted along the way and robbed. He almost died along the way, so he escaped back into the forest. Thereafter, he couldn't return to his tribe, and with his abilities, it was going to be difficult to survive in the forest. Out of luck, he met a bunch of people risking their lives searching for Gongjia Mountain in the mountain. Since he was somewhat familiar with the place, he became a guide for the team. After that, along the way, some of these people died, others were injured, some left. There were 8 people left and this old man was one of them. The rest were not focused on looking for the mountain anymore. There was a change of plans. They robbed people who had found the mountain. If they realized the person looked strong, they would not attack. However, when they saw fat goats, they robbed without hesitation. However, the people who came looking for the mountain were mostly very capable people. Although there were many successful raids, and these targets' skulls became spoils decorating his house. People in their team died during the robberies too. 8 people dwindled to 4. When the numbers dwindled, they became more cautious in choosing their target and did not attack easily. However, they were greedy and hadn't had the chance to rob anyone in a while. Shashwan looked like an average guy and they did not see the Xia guy who was with him. This meant Shashwan must have found Gongjia Mountain. Either this or he must have killed the Xia guy. No matter what, this kid must have a lot of treasure with him. Under the temptation of such benefits, they planned to kill Shashwan. They sent out their bait, which was the duck. This duck was trained by the old man. He was good at training birds. He used to train birds in his tribe to steal stuff for him. It was because he was found out, that was why he was banished from the tribe. To prove that he was useful, he picked up his skill once again and set up a trap for the duck. After training it for half a year, it was an effective bait to lure people into traps. Strictly speaking, training a duck would take 2 to 3 years, maybe longer. The best method was to train it since it hatched. However, he had limited resources so he could only make do with what he had. Although it was quite extreme, and there was potential that this bait could turn against him, he did not hesitate to use it. He had to show the rest that he was useful too. There were not many animals here and food was hard to come by. Anyone would be tempted by this fat duck. Shashwan understood. It was no wonder this duck did not seem close to these people. It must have started to become defiant during the training. Once he was done, the old man looked at Shashwan carefully. Would the young man let him live? Shashwan stood up and looked at the old man shivering on the ground. The people on these walls, they were victims of your robberies? Yes. Yes, the old man stuttered, then immediately added, I did not do anything. They killed these people. It's all them. Shashwan stared at him. The old man was so guilty he started sweating. Shashwan looked away and took a bunch of bronze tools before he left. These people had benefited from their victims. Medicine, treasures, weapons, there were all sorts of stuff here. It was a black eats black world. Shashwan packed everything up and left. TL note: black eats black equals using an unethical tactic against an unethical party. Chapter 422, Domestication. Shashwan did not touch the old man, he just took the stuff and left. What goes around comes around. If they killed and robbed, they had to be prepared to be robbed themselves. When he got down the tree, Shashwan did not see the fat duck. There was a piece of rope tied to the tree and the other end had been pecked off. Shashwan had no interest in where the duck went either. He went back to the robbers. The person who had collapsed on the ground had his features blurred like melting wax. It was very eerie. Shashwan attempted to dig up some of the poisonous grass but they withered immediately. He still brought away a few withered plants but after using them on prey, he realized the toxin in this plant poisonous enough to kill an advanced totemic warrior greatly decreased as it withered. The worse it withered, the weaker its toxins were. In the end, it could not even poison an ant. Then it was no use carrying it around. Shashwan gave up. Perhaps this peculiar plant could only grow here. Shashwan continued walking in the planned direction. When he passed the treehouse, he heard a loud thud, like a huge wooden plank was smashed on the ground. Then he heard the old man's furious curses and the duck's quacks. It sounded like they were fighting. Ah! There was a shriek, then the old man screaming at the top of his voice, die, die. Shashwan did not look inside, he just walked past with the stuff he packed. On the other side, the treehouse had collapsed. When Shashwan left, the old man spat out of his house and cursed but now much softer. He dared not yell too loudly or that damned man might come again. He was already relieved that he was alive. Then, he saw a green flash flying from outside into the house. It scratched across his head and then flew out again. A clump of hair with some skin and blood was torn off his scalp. Not just that, the duck even left deep scratches from its clack. If its claws were a little longer and sharper, or it was stronger, they might have punctured his head. The old man yelled in pain, waving his axe immediately. He was still in shock. Now his fat bird was rebelling. Now he was so furious smoke might be coming out of his ears. He swung his axe around his house, chopping at everything. However, The fat duck was not slow either. It loped around the house. The old man did not manage to chop off its head but instead managed to wreck his house. The wooden tree house wasn't a robust structure either. It crashed from the tree and shattered into pieces of planks. The old man scrambled out of the pile of rubble and grabbed the chip tacks. He chased after the duck, hacking at it, but in the forest, the fat duck was a lot quicker than the old man. The fat duck seemed to be having fun, bringing him for a ride and grabbing at him with its claws occasionally. It usually did honest work mainly because it was afraid of the rest of the men. Strength-wise, this old man was the weakest. Now that the rest were all dead and this old man was the only survivor, the duck did not want to listen to him. It would never give up such a good opportunity to turn against him. The old man had lost all sense of sanity as he chased after the duck. It lured him into the area with traps nearby, set up by the other three men. The old man was not aware of this. The shriek Shashwan heard was when the old man's foot was caught in a sharp, toothed clamp on the ground. The old man set off multiple traps at once and was trapped on the spot. He did not have the axe with him now and could not get out of the trap. Seeing this, the fat duck went at him a few more times then waddled off. It spread its wings, leaving. Soon after the duck left, the sky gradually darkened. A dark shadow perched on a tree nearby, watching the old man below. Soon, another similar bird arrived too. They were nocturnal and liked rotten meat. If there was no rotten meat, they would create some. The old man was familiar with these. He sometimes fed them with remains of other humans. Now that he saw a few birds on the tree, a sense of hopelessness crept into him. Within the quiet forest, a sudden shriek of agony shattered the silence. Then, there were squawks of many birds and the shriek intensified. Animals hidden in the dark corners of the forest caught a whiff of blood and started sniffing in search of the feast. As for Shashwan, he had already found the original path he came from. He did not rest in the cave, resting on a tree instead. Before he closed his eyes darted at a tree nearby. Among the leaves was a fat shadow. Thinking it was well hidden, Shashwan ignored it. He had used up a lot of energy fighting the three robbers. It was time for some rest. On the next day, Shashwan woke up and continued on his journey. The fat duck followed not far away. When Shashwan saw it, it would fly away and hide. When Shashwan turned around, it would follow again. He didn't understand. What did the duck want? As he traveled, he suddenly heard a very desperate quack. When the duck flew between the trees, a larger bird swiped at it with its claws. Several duck feathers flew. The duck fell on a branch. Then a snake coiled itself around it. Its short claws could not reach the snake's body. Then the snake bit down on the duck's neck so it could not even make a sound. Shashwan chopped the snake in half with his sword and lifted the duck by its leg, shaking it. The duck's neck shook too. It was already unconscious. The snake had been venomous. It might not live long. Shashwan looked at the unconscious duck, tied its legs with some rope, and carried it off. He picked up the snake too. He was going to roast it. There were many venomous snakes in this forest. He wasn't sure if this duck would live. It was a pity because if the duck was poisoned, he couldn't eat it. That night, Shashwan rested in a cave. This was one of the resting spots Kong Jiahang found. There was even a stone pot Shashwan made when they rested here. He roasted some animal meat, boiled the pot of soup and threw the snake in. Then, he looked at the duck. Coincidentally, the duck had just regained consciousness. It lifted its head and stared at Shashwan. Quack! It wanted to hide but the snake venom had not dispersed completely yet. It did not have strength in its wings and legs so all it did was tumble on the ground. Shashwan looked at the duck, wondering if he should boil it. If it could wake up, that meant its body had broken down the venom already. If it could live, it was edible. The duck almost exploded in fear as Shashwan stared at it. Toughening up despite its fears, it quacked again. Shashwan turned around and picked a stone bar up to stir the pot. He looked at the snake. This snake, while it was not the most venomous in the world, it was still not to be underestimated. An advanced totemic warrior had to be cautious too. However, the duck seemed to be fully conscious now, so soon and without the help of any antidotes too. In some places, poisonous plants were probably more dangerous than venomous animals. The duck living in a place like that must have high resistance towards toxin. Shashwan looked at the fat duck lying on the ground. his intentions unclear. Cooked and roasted food was all around him. The duck was not interested, perhaps because the effects of the venom had not completely faded yet. It fell asleep. On the next day, Shashwan was woken by the sound of a duck quacking. The duck had pecked the rope around its feet broken and then escaped at top speed. Shashwan had not stopped it. The boulder he used to block the mouth of the cave was still there. The fat duck almost got stuck in the tiny gap between the mouth and the boulder. When Shashwan rose, he pushed the boulder and looked outside. The duck was pecking at something in the bushes not far away, fluttering and energetic as ever. Looking at how energetic it was, the venom must have been fully broken down already. The hungry duck foraged for food, but Shashwan ignored it. It could do whatever it wanted. After eating yesterday's leftover meat, Shashwan continued on his journey. The duck, who was still pecking among the bushes, dropped what it was doing and chased after Shashwan as he left. This time, it followed closer than before, although it struggled to keep up with his speed. When he passed through the monkey forest, Shashwan was once again before the large river. He looked around but he couldn't see that giant crocodile. He was now going to take the risk though. He had no plans to build a raft. Shashwan fished out a wooden whistle. Gongjia Heng had whittled it out of a tree branch from Gongjia Valley and taught him how to blow it. However, Heng could not guarantee if Hammer the bird would obey Shashwan. Shashwan blew into the whistle according to Heng's instructions. Soon, a bird flew over from the opposite bank. However, when it saw Shashwan, Hammer did not land immediately. It was only when he spoke a little and offered it a prey when the bird finally relented. When Hammer was eating, the fat duck landed from the sky. It hid not far behind Shashwan, watching it cautiously. The duck was guarded around a bird so much larger than it. After a full meal, Hammer was in a good enough mood to bring Shashwan across the river. The duck continued following behind. Hammer did not even look twice at it. It was just a tiny dot not worth its attention. When he crossed, Shashwan did not see the giant crocodile. Shashwan stayed for 2 days at Gongjia Heng's place before setting off again. He did not enter Heng's stone house, merely resting in the treehouse. The fat duck rested outside nearby. It understood very well that following Shashwan could mean it was going to be eaten, but it followed him anyway. This was because it was not capable of surviving in the forest. After it was domesticated by the old man, it had lost all sense of survival. It was very reliant on humans. Everyone was dead and it had vented its anger on the old man already. Since it could not continue living in the forest, it decided to follow Shashwan. However, the places they passed through were even more dangerous. It kept seeing all these birds in the sky that could kill it with one swipe, so it lived in terror every day. This duck grew thinner as time went on. Even Shashwan wondered if the duck suffered from Stockholm Syndrome, or in the tribesmen's words, it was an early sign of domestication. Chapter 423, Brought back to the tribe. Shashwan observed. Although the duck was still guarded and cautious around him, if there was anything dangerous around it, the duck would immediately run towards him, screaming. Should he really bring it back to the tribe, or just cook it? Shashwan thought about it. This duck was special. If they could really tame it, it was not a problem to rear it in the tribe. However, Shashwan studied its tail feathers. It was probably a male. If he brought it back, it could not lay eggs. Should he eat it? There were no female ducks in the tribe. After thinking about it, Shashwan decided to leave it alone for the moment. If the duck managed to follow him back to the tribe, then they'll just rear it there. It will be an experiment to rear it as poultry. Shashwan set off once again after resting a few days at Gongjia Heng's place. This time, he did not take the path through the water-covered swamp area. He went around it, taking the longer route instead. He wanted to fill out his map after checking the area. The duck followed. It had gotten used to him. Since Shashwan hadn't eaten or beaten it during this period of time, even helping it a few times, it followed him even closer. Shashwan became more relaxed when he saw the familiar patch of forest. He moved faster too. There was a movement in the forest. Shashwan heard conversations. There were hunters from the tribe out hunting. Whoosh! An arrow flew from among the trees. flying straight at the fat duck behind it. It was unfortunate that it was such an obvious target in the forest. When it flew, it was basically a living target. It could get by if hunters did not want such a small game, but if any hunter decided they wanted the duck, this duck would never survive. Plus, after traveling for such a long time, it had grown weaker and not as agile as before. It was going to be difficult for it to dodge an arrow. When Shashwan sensed the arrow, he blocked it with his sword. He hit the arrow sideways. "Who is it?" There was a shout among the trees and several people rushed over. It was Dacheng, Zui and the rest. This was the area their hunting party frequented. When someone had knocked their arrow away, the first thing they thought was that someone from another tribe must have trespassed their hunting grounds. However, when they saw Shashwan, their guarded looks faded immediately. "Shashwan, elder, you're back?" Shashwan had left the tribe for a period of time, apparently for something important. Some people knew the reason, some did not. All they knew was that ever since he left, the chief had been very worried. Every time they went out hunting, the chief would remind them to be careful and alert. If anyone saw Shashwan, they had to inform him immediately. "Should I return to inform the chief?" asked Cheng. Shashwan waved it off. "No, I can go back on my own. You all carry on with your hunt." "Elder Shashwan, what's that behind you?" "You hunted it?" asked a young member of the party. He had been the one who shot the arrow. Now he was very embarrassed. It felt like he had taken the elder's game. Shashwan looked at the fat duck resting on the tree nearby and turned to Dacheng and the rest. "Kind of." He was carrying a huge bundle wrapped in animal hide and vines. Everyone eyed it curiously. "What's inside?" asked Dacheng excitedly. "Gold wares," said Shashwan. When they heard him, everyone was curious, but it was not the time to chat. All they could do was suppress their curiosity and continue with their hunt. After bidding them farewell, Shashwan hunted 2 more animals and then returned to the tribe. In the tribe, when the Shamaness and Chief Ingluo heard of Shashwan's return, they came down the hill to personally greet him. The bird!" yelled someone at the man-made river surrounding the village. He pointed at the bird resting on the tree opposite the river. The fat duck studied everyone from the Flaming Horn tribe, alert about the bird. If it did not deliberately attack anyone or bring any trouble to the tribe, just ignore it, said Shashwan to the people around the river. So it was Shashwan's duck. Everyone at the foot of the hill nodded solemnly, promising not to kill it. Shashwan wanted to explain, but the Shamaness had dragged him up the hill like she had many questions for him. Shashwan did not elaborate, planning to return once he was done. He went up the hill, tossed the prey at his doorstep. A few people resting in the area volunteered to help him clean the prey since he was busy. After thanking them, he went to the Shamaness and explained what happened to her and the chief. When they heard him say that non-Gongjia people could not enter Gongjia Mountain, they sighed in pity. However, their eyes brightened when he took out the animal skin scrolls with stuff he had copied down. Zheng Luo pulled out a piece of animal skin hurriedly and copied down the key points. He could not wait to bring it to the tribe's blacksmith. Zheng Luo was as interested in forging and casting as their blacksmith. However, they were still not as good in forging because any tribe with a little more information refused to share their techniques. Shashwan's notes were straightforward and helped answer questions that plagued the chief. Although it wasn't like a shower of milk to his head, it was still a huge inspiration. Note: a shower of milk to the head, idiom, equals enlightenment, a gush of wisdom. I kept this in because I love this expression. Take a look at these. Anything that's rusty or broken can be recasted. Shashwan took out the stuff he took from the robbers and gave them to Zheng Luo. These weapons varied in quality. Some good ones could be used immediately while the rest had to be fixed. Zheng Luo rubbed his palms, picked up the stuff and left in a hurry. Only Shashwan and the Shamaness were left in the house. Shashwan told her about activating the bone ornaments. Great. That's great news. The Shamaness smiled so hard her wrinkles deepened. If you're alright, you can proceed. I'll clear a spot in the village for you to practice. It's better to practice here than in the forest, plus you won't have to worry about threats around you. Shashwan stayed for a bit then returned to his house. When he arrived, his 2 games had already been cleaned. Chi-Chi had been waiting at his doorstep for a while. When he saw her struggle to hide her grin, Shashwan knew the 1,000-grain gold must be doing well. Elder Shashwan, you're back. The 1,000-grain gold are doing very well, come look at them. Chi-Chi brought him to the backyard excitedly. When he had passed by his house, he had noticed his backyard had been expanded. The fence around the backyard was built taller too so he could not see inside. Now that he was back home, he walked into the backyard to see 3-meter-tall plants. Shashwan stopped in shock. When he had seen the plant on that hill, it was not like that. It wasn't this tall. There were about 40 plants left in his yard when he left. At that time, they were barely at his shoulder. Now, although there were only 23 of them left, all of them were growing very well. They weren't just taller than humans, every leaf was wider and thicker than he remembered, and their stalks were almost as thick as a person's waist. Most importantly, there were grains growing on the plants too. Even an idiot would know that these plants were growing a lot healthier than the wild ones. They just didn't know what would happen to the grains after harvest. If they were valuable, he would plant the rest of his grains. In the yard, there were both Flaming Horn and Tay tribe members. They surrounded the plants, never growing tired of staring at the 20 plants every day. They used to visit twice a day, but now, they even slept in this yard. The yard was expanded partially for this reason. Everyone wanted to watch over the plants, but there was limited space in the yard, so the shamaness told us to expand it. Chi-Chi looked at his face timidly. When she realized he was not mad, the weight on her shoulders lifted. "Thank you for your hard work," said Shashwan. "It's nothing at all, it's all worth it." Chi-Chi had a sense of pride and accomplishment as she looked at her plants. Since he was back at the tribe, he could finally relax, and that night, he slept soundly. During the next few days, Shashwan was summoned by Zhengluo to talk about crafting. His position was not even needed here. Shashwan met Azai and went to Gongjia Mountain. Naturally, the blacksmiths here were all willing to listen. They asked him questions when they did not understand the notes. Shashwan also briefed everyone about the development of the core seed and the Zaya people, so everyone had an understanding of it. A few days had passed when he went down the hill again. On this day, he planned to check on the duck. Everyone who lived at the bottom of the hill plus the ones on patrol all knew of it. The fat duck bobbing its head left and right, fluttering here and there, was Elder Shashwan's prey. No one dared touch it, some even voluntarily tossed some food at it. On the first day, the fat duck, being in a new environment, was flighty. It was always worried, flying off whenever there was a slight movement. Then, it realized these people meant no harm. It even received food from them. Although it did not like the food, it still thought it was a good thing. On the second day, the fat duck attempted to swim in the water. It swam around in the man-made river surrounding the Flaming Horn tribe. However, every time someone passed by, it would immediately fly away into the forest, only returning when there was no one. The third day, fourth day passed. When Shashwan arrived, the fat duck was swimming happily along the river, sometimes even diving into the water. When someone approached, it merely looked cautiously at the person but did not fly immediately. Looks like this duck isn't leaving. Since it was living well, Shashwan did not chase it away. He just told someone to watch it and make sure it did not cause trouble. Until one day, Shashwan noticed there were several female ducks in the river. Chapter 424, Duck Eggs. Compared to the other animals in the forest, this duck seemed to be friendly to humans. Sometimes, it flew far away doing goodness knows what, but before sunset, it still returned to rest in the forest on the other side of the river. During the day it would continue moving around the river and in the forest. Since it was near the village, there were no dangerous predators nearby and it was relatively safe to the duck. Once it grew more comfortable, it grew bolder and no longer had predictable routines. According to the guy who often observed the duck, in the beginning, the duck had disappeared for more than half a day. The people at the foot of the hill were worried it wasn't going to return, but when they planned to report to Shashwan, they realized it was back with another bird. Then, they both left. When it returned, the duck had brought another companion. Just like that, it would bring back one bird every 1 or 2 days. These were not all the same. Some had sharper beaks, some had rounder beaks, some had longer wings, some had shorter wings, some had bright feathers, Some had gray feathers, some liked resting on the trees, some like resting in the bushes. Even if these birds had their differences, from the general characteristics, they were similar to the duck. Perhaps they were of the same family or shared an ancestor. In the past, the tribesmen would hunt birds flying around this area. Of course, they'd take food delivered to their doorstep. However, since the duck was the elders, no one touched it. They did not touch the other birds either. Right now, the common trend was counting ducks. When the people at the foot of the hill had some time, they would go check on the ducks in the river. "Hey, how many are there today?" asked a warrior on patrol duty. 17. "It was 15 yesterday," said another warrior excitedly. "I didn't know the number of birds could increase like that." "What nonsense is that?" "That bird was brought here by Elder Shashwan. It's impressive too. He brought one back and it became 17 so quickly," said another admiringly. "But these birds don't look like good food. They're small and don't have much flesh. They look like normal birds. Why does Elder want so many of them?" someone asked. "He must have his reasons. Let's not spend too much thinking about it. We just have to make sure no one disturbs them." "Shh, time to turn here," scolded the leader. Compared to this fat duck, the rest were timider and very flighty around humans. The duck had come into contact with humans before, so it took a shorter time to live in human territory. The rest were different. Whenever anyone approached the river, the ducks in the river would scream and fly away, returning only after many hours. Some only returned after a few days. That was why, to avoid scaring the birds, the people who counted the birds would stay a distance away. After some time, they figured out the optimum distance. As long as they maintained this gap, the birds would not fly away. Just because of this, the people who patrolled the area would avoid this region to not scare the birds. The hunting party had just returned. The flock of ducks were in the area, and with a cacophony of quacks, all the ducks on the river flew into the air, escaping in fear. The hunters had just had a bountiful hunt. Someone wanted to shoot down a few, so he took out his bow. Suddenly, the guy on patrol sprinted over and punched him. The hunters were speechless. What happened when they left? When the people on patrol told them, they all quickly kept their bows and arrows. However, the birds who were scared off weren't going to return for a few days. "Will they come back?" asked Duo Kang. "Yes, I think, but it'll take a while. If the one belonging to Elder returns, most of them will come," answered the leader of the patrol team hesitantly. "The Elder's planning to rear birds. Elder leaves them alone. Those birds came here on their own. In the beginning, there was only that one duck, then they became more and more. I counted 20 today." The patrol leader was delighted, but when he recalled how the birds might have been scared off by the hunters, his smile faded into worry. These hunters carried with them bloodstains and the aura of death. This time might differ from other days. He became very worried, and so the leader of the patrol team went up the hill to talk to Shashwan. "Don't worry, as long as the fattest one comes back, even if not all of them return, there will be new members in the future," said Shashwan. Since Shashwan put it that way, the leader was no longer worried. In the subsequent patrols, he would often observe the river and count the number of birds. The flock was likely scared off by the hunters because it took them longer to return. In the end, only 15 came back, but once everyone saw that the fat green one was back, they no longer worried. This one could always bring more ducks back. Shashwan had not expected this at all. He just thought the fat duck might bring a few females here if it stayed near the tribe. However, he had severely underestimated the duck's capabilities. That bastard brought a whole flock of them. The duck's number of concubines increased every day. Perhaps bringing the duck back to the tribe was the right thing to do. If these ducks laid eggs and ducklings hatched successfully, they might even inherit the fat duck's resistance towards poisons. They could eat the males and tame the females, maybe coax them to lay more eggs. It was not the time to think about this though. He did not even have eggs yet. The second generation would have to wait. One day, Shashwan had just returned from the blacksmith's place to see someone standing at his door. There were two warriors who usually patrolled the bottom of the hill, a lady and a child barely up to his waist. "What's the matter?" asked Shashwan. When they saw Shashwan, the lady stepped forward emotionally. carefully showing him a bundle of animal skin. "My son picked this up at the river last night. I think it belongs to you." The lady gave Shashwan an egg. Usually, the ducks would leave the river and enter the forest at night to rest in their nests. Some of the ducks built their nests on the tree, some in the bushes. Shashwan had checked before. These were wild ducks. They would not lay eggs as often as tamed, domesticated ducks. "Where did you find this egg?" he asked the kid. "In the bushes next to the river." There were no ducks at night and children sometimes played by the river out of curiosity. It was a surprise when he found an egg next to the river last night. He was very excited then. After telling his parents, today, 2 warriors on patrol brought them to Shashwan. Shashwan studied the egg. There was already a crack on it, so he passed it back to the child. "You should just take it home and eat the egg. Eat a little first, then only eat the rest if everything is fine." Looking at the egg in front of him, plus Shashwan's face didn't look like he was joking, the child's face burst into a grin. "Thank you, elder. Just wait. I'll bring the eggs to you when I find more." After the first egg, whenever the flock of ducks left at night, many people went egg hunting. However, they very rarely found any. Shashwan saw eggs in the forest though. Within the duck nests, he saw about 10 eggs. Chapter 425 Meeting Gongjia Hang again. The fact that these wild ducks chose to build their nests in the forest near the tribe meant they had accepted and adapted to the environment. Perhaps the fat duck was part of the reason. No matter what, to the tribe, it was not a bad thing. Now, the daily patrol teams expanded their patrol area to the forest near the tribe. In the past, they would only go there once every 2 days. Now, they would slip into the forest every day. The patrol team had another hobby: looking for eggs. After finding all the different nests, they would bring back the cracked or eggs that had shattered after falling on the ground. If they were edible, they'd eat it. Anything else was used as fertilizer for the 1,000-grain gold. These broken eggs would likely not hatch chicks. Shashwan wanted to check if every egg contained an embryo, but when he looked at it against the sun, he could not see anything. These eggs weren't translucent, so he gave up, only telling the rest to bring back broken eggs. The patrol team were careful not to scare the ducks in the forest too. They usually approached the nests if the ducks had left, or they would not go near. These ducks were very smart. The ones who had their nests amongst tall grass would cover their eggs with grass. At a glance, it did not look like there was a nest here. It was only when a few of the warriors followed the ducks secretly when they discovered the nest. Compared to the hard-working mothers, that bright green, fat duck was living a very carefree life. Of course, it would patrol around the forest. Whenever a wild rat or smaller animals appeared, the ones that it could defeat, it would go into a defensive mode. It could become a battle duck in a second. However, when it saw an animal that it could not beat, it would start screaming. When the warriors on patrol heard its screams, they would rush over to save the ducks. The tribesmen were always enthusiastic about beneficial, interesting activities. They had time to spare anyway. Many children didn't have much to do, so they would catch insects for the ducks to eat. Perhaps sensing that this was a safe area, the mother ducks grew more relaxed. One day, new sounds could be heard from the forest. Gray, yellow and patterned balls of feathers could be seen. Although there were people on patrol duty, they could not watch every corner all the time. The fat duck definitely couldn't watch everything at the same time either. When these ducklings hatched, they attracted predators too. There were several unavoidable incidents of ducklings caught by predators, sometimes even the mother too. Shashwan sent people to bring the ducklings who had lost their mother back to the tribe and reared them in a pen. The fat duck was unbothered as usual. In reality, once the ducklings were born, he was generally uninterested in them. Although he still patrolled the forest, he did not stop to look at the ducklings. As for the ducklings, everyone in the tribe was very enthusiastic. There was a huge duck pen built at the foot of the hill. Shashwan even led a team to build housing for the ducks. Then, one day, Shashwan received a report that the fat duck had moved into the house on its own, even barring the ducklings from entering. When he saw how the fat duck's stubborn face, Shashwan had no choice but to build a smaller shed next to the dug housing. He laid dried grass inside and was finally able to lure the fat duck over. Previously, Shashwan had already discovered the poison-neutralizing abilities of the duck eggs brought back. That was why he paid more attention to the ducks reared in the tribe. As for the ducks still in the forest, he did not tell his people to catch them. This was their first time feeding and rearing ducks. It was best to have a control group outside. Then again, with their lack of experience, it was not a good idea to rear so many ducks at once either. Might as well let the adult ducks rear their own younglings. Other than the ducks, the blacksmiths at the tribe had made huge advancements too. They melted the large bronze cauldron Shashwan had brought back to cast other wares. They made huge improvements in weapon making too. The only problem they had was the lack of ore for experimentation. To Shashwan's delight, the grains were almost ready for harvest. The grains were starting to turn yellow. They would be ready when they were golden. With his experience, Shashwan told everyone to be more careful when the grains ripened, for example guarding them against rats. According to Jeju and everyone's calculations, the 1,000-grain gold should be able to be harvested before the date they left for Anba City. They had accumulated half a year's worth of animal hide. It was time for trade again since it was not ideal to leave it at home. Then again, to the Tay tribe, who specialized in agriculture, they were going to trade after harvest season. Flaming Horn had to go with them too, since there was a partnership going on. However, since the small conflict they had with Anba last year, they had to be more careful this time. Although they were counting on being able to talk to Black Bear directly, they still had to be careful. The Shamaness, Chief Ingluo, Duo Kang, Guang Yi, Shashwan and all the higher-ranked people of the tribe gathered at Ingluo's house to discuss the excursion. Although Shashwan was the youngest person seated in the room, no one dared look down on him. As they discussed, someone reported that there was a man looking for Shashwan at the foot of the hill. Did the person mention his name? Ingluo asked the warrior who entered. He thought for a moment. He said his name was Heng. Ingluo and the few looked up abruptly. Ingluo leapt up. Quickly invite him inside. However, when he remembered the man was looking for Shashwan, he had to get Shashwan's opinion, so he stopped the warrior and turned to Shashwan. What do you think? Shashwan stood up. I'll go down the hill to check first. Many people refrained from entering a tribe they were not familiar with. If anything happened, they would never be able to escape. When he thought of this, Ingluo understood too. However, he did not sit in his house either, going down the hill with Shashwan. As a person who was very interested in casting and forging, the Zaya was a mysterious group of people to him. If you didn't have enough stuff to trade, you would never be able to hire a Zaya person to craft a weapon for you in the city. The more experienced the Zaya forger was, the less likely the forger was inclined to accept offers. Every Zaya person who left Gongjia Mountain was a master. Even if they weren't famous now, it was only a matter of time. Once he became famous, meeting him would be difficult. This was a rare opportunity that Ingluo would never pass up. When Shashwan arrived at the bottom of the hill, Gong Jiaheng was sitting on a patch of grass near the river, watching the colorful line of ducks in the river. After living near the tribe for a while, the ducks trusted the tribesmen more. They would even fight for the food scattered by the people. Your tribe rears so many birds. Aren't you afraid they will fly away if you leave them here like that? Asked Gong Jiaheng, pointing at the ducks in the river. Shashwan smiled. They flew here on their own. They can fly away if they want, right? Gong Jiaheng did not believe him. Then again, he was not here to look at ducks. He had only asked out of curiosity. As for whether the Flaming Horn people were rearing ducks, he had no interest. I asked a few tribes before finding this place. When Gong Jiaheng arrived, he had seen a Flaming Horn warrior dragging a freshly hunted wild boar. He had tossed it to his partner easily as if it was just a small sandbag. At the time, he thought, Shashwan wasn't lying. The tribesmen are strong. Come into the village. We can talk inside. You must be tired too. Rest for a few days here before leaving, said Shashwan. Gong Jiaheng did not refuse. Since he left Gongjia Mountain, other than staying for 2 days in the house he'd lived in for 20 years, He hadn't gotten proper rest. There had been many fearsome beasts in the forest, so he had been very tense to avoid the beasts. Now, he was just exhausted and needed some good sleep. Although it was his first time at Flaming Horn and did not know them well, he trusted Szechuan. After introducing Hang to Zhengluo and the rest, he brought Hang up the hill to his house. Hang had been carrying a large bundle. When they entered the house, Hang plopped the bundle on the stone table and there was a loud thud. "These are for you." Gongjia Hang said seriously. "I haven't properly thanked you properly. This is a portion of the fruit of my labor at Gongjia Mountain, also a gift of thanks to you." Szechuan took a look at the things in the bundle. 10 weapons including swords, axes, spears and daggers. Although they were just on the table, you could feel how sharp they were from the cold glint on the blades. Every weapon had a cloud symbol, which was Gongjia Heng's signature. One of the golden swords had a dark cloud pattern, which was Szechuan's name. Gongjia Heng gave a look of pride. With great confidence, he said, "This sword is, other than the one I gave as an offering at Gongjia Mountain, the best sword I have made until now. It can break a rock easily." As he spoke, his eyes swept the room. He saw a few rocks as big as his fist and strode over to pick them up. Watch, Zhengluo, Duo King and the rest had squeezed into the house too. They craned their necks and stared unblinkingly, afraid they might miss something exciting. They had heard of Xia-made weapons that could easily cut rocks in half. However, these weapons were costly to make. Without the right connection, they couldn't hire a Xia blacksmith either. The best masters didn't usually meet outsiders. Today, they had the chance to witness this. They were so excited they couldn't breathe. Gongjia Heng held the sword reflecting golden light in one hand, then threw the rock in the air with the other. He slashed the sword down powerfully when the rock was in the air, the blade directly on the rock. As the sword slashed, there was a flash of golden light that brought a feeling of sanctity, like a flash of lightning in a dark night, as if it could split the skies in half. Everyone around felt a chill down their spine and shuddered. Clang! The golden sword made contact with the rock and created a sound that almost pierced their eardrums. Stone powder flew. Thud. Grrr. The rock rolled on the ground. The sword was still perfect. There was no dent. The rock had a small chip. Szechuan, Gongjia Heng, Zhengluo, Duo King and the rest. "I guess this kind of counts as splitting rock?"